Davies, Coleman, Hell, Brooks, and Chandler. Sussex as the scorecard. Hayes, Clark, Allsop, Pajara, Coles, Simpson Chapman, Hudson Prentice, Lamb, Carson, Robinson, and Sears. Again, Middlesex have run across and left the field. The Mountain started at the moment. We'd like to offer a very warm welcome to our NCC and Middlesex Cricket members, as well as new and returning visitors to Wales. We hope you have an enjoyable day. The weather is set fair, and we're hoping for 3 days to go through in order to enjoy it. Scorecards are available free of charge and will be handed out by one of our friendly volunteers. Following this, I will run the ground with their local academic uniforms. The volunteers have come to pursue independent projects, During the luncheon show today, we invite you to take a walk on the playing area. Please sit right here in the central cricket area and follow the direction of the stewards. Please note that spectators may not come onto the playing area at any time.
Eskenazi, outstanding.
And bowls him! He has! What a catch! Incredible moment, absolutely incredible moment. That was as good a piece of fielding as you will see on any ground in the world. Nice from Holman, really nice. 6 runs, beautiful. Wow, what a shot that is from Cracknell. And a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords. The last round of championship matches before the blast gets underway, and it's a big one here at Lords. I'm Kevin Hands, bringing you the live commentary of this one. Delighted to say Don Ford's alongside me as well this morning. Plenty to look forward to. The first bit of news that everybody will want to know. It's the toss, and Middlesex have won it. They've elected to field. We'll take you through all the permutations of that and the team news in a little while. Interview coming up with Richard Johnson in a moment. First of all, morning, Tom. Massive one. Really exciting one ahead here.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. A top of the table clash here, just 7 points within it. First and second place, Sussex in town. 2 squads that are looking very strong outfits, so we should be in for a nail-biting game this weekend.
Absolutely. Should be a good 4 days weather-wise as well. Good point. The weekend ahead, long weekend as well, bank holiday weekends. There's a slight threat of showers. We'll come to all of that. We'll come to the team news and everything in a little while as well. First of all, though, 2 wins last weekend, a big win for Sussex against Yorkshire. Middlesex, an absolute belter down at Cardiff. A 2-wicket victory, went right to the wire. Middlesex coming out on top, though. Thanks mainly to Tom Helm's wickets, but also those winning runs from Tom Helm at the end. Looking back on that one, looking ahead to this one, the coach, Richard Johnson.
Jono, thanks for joining me. Glorious weather here at Lords, a couple of days out from a huge game against Sussex this coming Friday. First and foremost, however, what a game down in Glamorgan. How are the nails? Jude?
It was certainly a tight finish, obviously. It would have been a hard one to take, actually, if we hadn't got over the line on that. I think we dominated pretty much the game, start to finish. They had a little bit of a partnership, obviously, in their second innings, but other than that, we were in a good place in the game. So to sort of get over the line and guys that contributed in that getting over the line, I thought it was a great way to, finish off that game and come to Lords, against Sussex this week.
It was a classic kind of all-round team performance, really. You've had a number of players that have really stepped up and stuck their hands up, whilst others have contributed to this point. where some of those that perhaps have been contributing regularly didn't do so in Glamorgan. Others did. Fantastic for Helmy to bowl so well and hit the winning runs when he came back in. Let's talk about Tom first up. He must have been delighted with the way the ball was coming out for him. That's as good as I've seen him bowl in a year.
Yeah, he's been slowly getting better all season. He hasn't bowled poorly in the season. He's had spells which have been good and some that haven't sort of hit the heights that he expects for himself. But the last couple of games he started to come in really nicely, and yeah, you couldn't have bowled much better on that wicket. No. He was perfect for it. He bowled beautifully and looked a wicket threat all the way through. And look, we all know with Helmy, he can be whatever he wants to be. You know, he's got all the attributes to play for England. He's got all the skills. And when you watch him bowl against quality players, you know, they had two overseas batters, one that's been the best in the world, the other's domestically the best cricketer at the moment, and he bowled beautifully well against them. And you know, he really shows what he's about. And hopefully he continues that, you know, again this week.
Another one who stepped up, and I guess you could argue he probably needed some runs, but Rocky Stoneman stood up and fantastic ton in the first dig, runs in the second dig, looked to be back to his best. He must be delighted, and as I guess must you be.
Yeah, the whole team's delighted for him. You know, he scored runs early in the season, gone through a bit of a sticky patch. That's fine. That's what batters can do. But his attitude and everything around the group, the way he stays level, the way he concentrates on his processes and what he does to be a good player. You know, you knew it was around the corner, and he showed it this week, and he batted, as you say, he batted beautifully in the match, and was the main contributor towards that win from a batting side.
I guess a wonderful message to send out to all those that are doing their business and plying their trade in the seconds at the moment is Luke Holman. Gets his opportunity down in Cardiff, grabs it with both hands, picked up some poles, and he'll be delighted to walk away with the scalp of Marnus for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about using a squad in the past. You know, it's important that people come in and they put their hand up. The wicket there did spin a bit for him, especially in that sort of second innings, and he used that really well and looked a threat. So, yeah, no, good on him. I think he thought he came in and did a really nice job.
Cricket's a funny old game, Johnny. You've played it for many years. You've now coached it for many years. It would have been, or would have certainly seemed, enormously unjust if we'd walked away from that game without a win. Dominated completely the first 2 days. You could argue, I guess Glamorgan fought back well on the third day, but that last hour was crucial. Going into that fourth day, we looked to be red-hot favourites. They again battled well. How pleased were you with the way we stuck in that? Because sides of old could feasibly have crumbled. We're 8 down, Helmy comes in, Davo comes in, we hold our nerve, hold our resilience and get over the line.
Yeah, we're in a good place at the moment. You know, the squad, the team, they're playing good cricket. We're scoring runs. I think everyone's contributing, which is a great thing. You know, Glamorgan came back in the game because they had 2 overseas world-class players, and you know, sometimes as a club and as a side, you got to understand that, you know, teams are allowed to play well against you as well. And I thought we stuck to our task really well on that day. We didn't let them get too far ahead of us. And then with that second new ball and stuff, we made some inroads, and we kept it really tight, and we worked really hard. It was pretty hot actually, which is unusual for Cardiff, but it was pretty hot and tough conditions, and all our bowlers kept coming back for more. I think we had a 45 over session on that middle day, that third day, with the sun out. It was hot, and the boys just kept coming, and they got their rewards at the end of that day. We didn't quite finish it off the following morning, which we've obviously talked about. They put on a few too many in that next morning to make the chase a bit trickier on a pitch that was deteriorating. So we knew it was going to be a tough chase. Started well, lost a few wickets, got caught in being a bit too negative at time. Sort of went in our shells a little bit. But I thought the way Davo stuck through while wickets were falling around him for a young guy who's coming on beautifully. I thought he played absolutely magnificent innings, and obviously with Helmy coming in, showing what he can do with the bat. It was a nice time to get over the line and keep that confidence going, keep the unbeaten record going as well, which was important.
Absolutely. Well, you mentioned unbeaten, Jono. That's 6 games to start the season now. We're one of only 2 sides in Division 2 that haven't been beaten yet, which leads us into a massive game against Sussex. Obviously, they were on the wrong end of a 9-wicket defeat to Glamorgan the week before. Sussex will return, obviously, this week. They're top of the table. led by a certain John Simpson, who will be well known to all of our members. It'd be nice to welcome John back, but I guess the focus is on getting over the line and beating them.
100%. We are in a good space at the moment. We want to continue doing what we're doing really well and get better. And I think, we said to the group at the end of the game, the exciting thing from our point of view is that we don't feel as a group we've really hit our straps totally yet. We haven't had that so-called perfect game. We haven't put all the bits and pieces that we talk about together in one game yet. And I know it's around the corner, and it's something that we're striving to do, and hopefully that will happen this week against Sussex.
Be some performance if we do. I guess after this one, the focus then turns to T20. It's incredible how quickly we switch formats. But next Friday, obviously, we've got a trip to Chelmsford for our first home game of the campaign.
Sound weird saying that, does it?
Does sound a bit weird saying that. Then we're obviously back here for 4 at Lords, and we've got another one at Chelmsford, another one at Radlett to look forward to. So presumably you finish this game and then it's a complete change in training focus, is it? You pick up the white ball and go with that.
Yeah, we've already been doing some white ball stuff. We had a meeting this morning, whole squad, about how we're looking to play and the finer details and stuff. So our minds already have to be turned to that.
Yeah.
There's some second team T20 games starting tomorrow, so some of the guys will play in that in preparation. For the Red Bull guys and the guys that are playing both, obviously a focus this week is about getting a good performance at home, and then obviously straight after that we've got another big T20 practice, and then as you say, we're at Chelmsford. But we're really excited about our T20 this year. I think we've spoken about the last couple of years about developing a team, giving lots of experience to players, and I think we've done that over the last 2 years, and we've put games and caps or whatever into our playing group. We've added 2 more players in Lewis and Brooksy, and they're 2 quality white ball players as well. So we're strengthened from what we were last year. And if you look at the back end of last year, and we've spoken about it already, but you look at the back end of last year, the last 4 games, that's the brand, that's how we want to play our cricket. And we're really excited to take on this year, looking to win games of cricket rather than just put some developmental sort of strides in. We've done that. We've done the hard graft, and now we're looking to how can we compete better? How can we win more games? How can we get to those quarterfinals? I think this group's ready for that now. Not that we've ever not tried to win games of cricket, obviously, before people start giving me pelters on that one. But we're still going to it with no overseas players. Same with the championship. We'll come up against those, but we'll do it domestically this year again, and we'll start to find real progress, I feel, this year.
Last one for me, John, on the Blasters. Obviously, you're right, no overseas players. You've got some fresh, young kind of bowlers coming in, though. You've got someone like Ishan Kaushal that has been on the sidelines to this point, not played any red ball cricket, but he'll come in fresh. He's been bowling exceptionally well, I hear. You've got Blake Cullen, who's yet to feature in the 4-day side. He'll come in fresh. He's got a fantastic pedigree in T20 cricket. You must be excited that you've got an already buoyant group of players here that are full of confidence and going well. You're right, they've not really hit their straps in all departments in one game yet, but they're going to be heading into the Blast campaign full of confidence, and you've got fresh players coming in.
Yeah, and I think, look, from a batting perspective, we got where we wanted to get to by the end of last year, and we need to continue that progress this year. From a bowling perspective, the bowling lineup looks a bit different this year, with Brooksy coming into the lineup as well, with Blake hopefully being injury free and playing our T20 games. Helmy, then you've got Noah, as you spoke about. You've got Bams in the back, you've got Martin Anderson. Suddenly you've got a stock of bowlers that you can pick from that have got some threat. You've got some bounce, you've got some pace. It looks a bit different, feels a bit different. It feels exciting to be moving forward with that group for this year.
Well, let's bring it on. Jono, prior to that, all the very best of luck against Sussex this coming week. My home county, but loyalty's firmly with Middlesex for this one, as you'd expect.
So too.
Absolutely. Good old Sussex by the Sea won't be sung from my lips this week, but mate, all the very best of. Hope it goes well, and we'll catch up before the Blast campaign gets going.
Will do. Cheers.
Richard Johnson speaking to Stephen Fletcher there ahead of the match. Well, as you can see, a bit of cloud cover's rolled in here at Lords. The morning has pretty much been unbroken sunshine to this point, but Middlesex winning the toss and deciding to field in this one. There they are, ready to go. Richard Johnson left to the screen there, who was just talking to Fletch on the pre-match interview. So no Toby Rowland-Jones for this one is the headline news for Middlesex. Liz Deploy will captain the side. Sam Robson, Mark Stone, Max Holden Deploy, Higgins, Fernandez and Davies, the same top 7 as it was down at Glamorgan. Luke Holman keeps his place in the side as well. But Henry Brooks coming in as part of that seam attack alongside Tom Helm and Ethan Bamber. As for Sussex, John Simpson is back captaining Sussex at Lords. Spent all of his career with Middlesex up until his change. But a strong side, strong batting lineup with Sam Haynes, Tom Clark, Tom Alsop. Cheshwar Pujara, a double century on his last trip to Lords with Sussex. James Coles, Simpson keeping wicket and captaining Finn Hudson Prentice, the former Derbyshire man who started out his life down at Sussex. Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson and Jayden Seals. What a pair at the bottom of the order for Sussex. Well, lead an attack at some point, but it will be Middlesex in the field first up. Tom, it was a big win for Middlesex down at Glamorgan, but of course a big win for Sussex last week as well.
Absolutely, yeah, a very big win for Sussex on a late comeback there. Ollie Robinson providing the goods that he so regularly does for his county and country. Some late wickets there to call Sussex with a win when it looked like a draw was on the cards, or a Yorkshire win. So a big win for Sussex to keep them top of the table.
3 wins apiece for Sussex and Middlesex at the top, and Middlesex one of only 2 unbeaten counties still in Division 2 as well. But what will be the outcome of this one? It's highly likely it'll be a result game, because it looks as though we've got close to 4 full days. We're nearly ready to go here at Lords, just waiting on our umpires for this one, which will be Chris Watts and Neil Pratt making their way down the steps in a moment. The batters are ready to go, and so too Middlesex fielders, so we'll await our umpires. Wayne Noon is the match referee for this one, as he was down at Glamorgan last week. So yes, top of the table clash here at Lords. A decent little crowd in here at Lords, as you can see as well. The grandstand is the stand closest to the pitch for this one, at the top end of the square, which can be the bouncier, quicker end of the square, rather than the low end of the square here at Lords, as the pitch fades away down from the pavilion to the mound stands. Here they come then, umpires appearing at the top of the pavilion steps. We're ready to go in a few moments. We can see a packed lower tier of the pavilion. There they are. Umpires about to lead us out for the start. Chris Watts and Neil Pratt. And the Sussex openers ready to go as well. And of course a mention for our scorers for this one. Here come the opening pair though for Sussex, so nearly ready to go. So yeah, a little bit of cloud cover has rolled in from what was a sunny morning. Middlesex will hope that has an impact, but there's that bowling pack getting together with the skipper, Liz Deploy. An absolute blinder down at Glamorgan last week. But no Rowland-Jones for this one. They've gone with Brooks to come in with his chance, and obviously, as we heard from Richard Johnson on the interview, next up, Dom, is the blast. So a mind for all the Middlesex bowlers on that one. This is the last championship round.
Yeah, last championship round. As John mentioned, our attention is starting to turn to the white ball action. That focus will be on getting an important victory here for the home team before attentions do fully switch to the blast. But a good opportunity, I think, under the clouds here, Kev, as the clouds seem to be rolling in over the Warner stand, coming in a good time, I think, for the Middlesex bowlers.
Absolutely. Looks like it's going to be Ethan Bamber from the pavilion ends. He's got 3 slips. Looks like they're going to line up with the pitch. Looking pretty good there. It's the first real look at it. Barely a blade of grass on that one. You can see it's a real straw colour. From Carl & Coat downstairs. Again, this is the end of the square, which, because it's the higher end of the square, closer to the grandstand, it can be a little bit drier than the lower end, which also can So yeah, we shall see. That all-important first ball set the tone for the innings. It'll be Clark to have strike. Haynes has come through the ranks at Sussex at one striker's end, but a man who's come through the ranks at Middlesex, Ethan Bamber. 3 slips in a gully in the first ball of the match. Onto legs. That'll be runs down to fine leg. Chase here for Fernandez. Gentle 2 to get them underway. Mr. Reliable for Middlesex, Ethan Bamber. Great start last week. And more runs. Away through the covers. They'll pick up a couple. Just a gentle push from Clark. Close to the spot that Bamber would have wanted. Better from Bamber. That's where he wants to be. Top of middle and off. Slope. Taking the ball away naturally from the left-handed Clark. Immediately around the wicket, Bamber. Looking to angle him. Again, leg side from Bamber. Pick up a single down to deep backward square. It's Fernandez again, keeping his place in the side. Century early season for Fernandez, but down the order now and offering that second spin option in this lineup for Middlesex. With Luke Holman, the wrist spinner. Least deploy himself, of course. A little bit of left arm spin. Over the wicket now. Change of angle from Bamber. Just leaked a few runs off those first few balls. It was, let's say, Mr. Reliable down at Cardiff for Middlesex. He was on the spot in what was a bright start by Glamorgan. Minus Labuschagne. Took an early liking to the bowling. But Bamber managed to keep the economy down. That man warming up at slip, Tom Helm. Big impact that he had in that game. Put up there, didn't go fully through with the drive. Haynes facing a couple of balls to see out the over. End of the first over there, Middlesex winning the toss, electing to field here at Lords. Sussex 5 without loss.
It's been a strong start to the season for Tom Haynes, starting the season with 2 centuries in those first couple of the games against Northants and Leicester for Sussex. As for Tom Clark, 1 half-century so far this season against Gloucestershire, but he's been a little short of runs recently, so we'll be looking to put some runs on the board here as we see Tom Helm preparing for his first over of the day.
Mr. Sevenfer down at Glamorgan, he picked up 4 in the first innings, 4 for 44. Including Labuschagne after that bright start. Here's Clark, awaiting Helm for the first time. Single to get going against Helm. Ethan Bamber doing the work down at long leg. But yeah, 4 for 44 in the first innings at Hove. 3 for 71 in the second. Right up there again, seeing if there's anything through the air. Clark, 7 from 6 already, a bright start, but we'll know full well that this track here at Lord's will be something that Middlesex will be finding their way on right now. See where the length is, where the pace is in this one. It's nice from Helm. There's the spot. Whipped away. Straight to long leg as well, but he liked the look of that one, Clark. Onto the legs from Helm, but again, he'll be looking to that full length this morning just to see what movement is there, whether it's through the air or off the surface. There is that bit of cloud cover that has rolled in. At the moment, it's not overcast, though. There is a darker cloud here and there in the sky. Here's Haynes' first ball from Helm. Nursery and that slope, bringing the ball back in from right to left as you look, the natural movement of the slope. 3 slips and a gully crouch down though, if there's any movement up the slope. Scampered single. Haynes off the mark. Up there again, but there's an example of it. Clark just watchful as he pushes back. 9 without loss. Haynes came through the academy at Sussex. Mention of my old mate Jason Swift, who was part of the batting setup at Sussex for so long, helping the likes of Haynes come through. This man pretty much brought through by his now director of cricket. And Coleman now in charge, but with the academy. Wow, that was given the treatment by Haynes. Picked out Holden at cover though. Bamber gets away with it, but certainly positive intent here from Sussex openers. Anything that's been offered to them, they've been quite happy to play with. It looks as though there's good pace in this pitch. Batters very early on, happy to close the face, happy to play the ball as they see it on merit. So Bamber's got to leave it for now.
Yeah, you mentioned, Kev, I think the positive outlook from the Sussex openers is something that, as an outfit, they really tried to push forward. Very youthful opening partnership with Clark and Haynes. Haynes averaging a strike rate of around 79, just under 80 this season so far, and has had a strong start to the year.
Slightly leg side again, but Yeah, watchfully played by Haynes.
And just back on that point, Sussex losing out on Ali Orr, moving over to Hampshire for this season, so there's a good opportunity for both Haynes and Clark to really put their input on this Sussex team and drive the side forward. We'll be looking to get back into Division 1 for next season.
Width given the treatment. It's a big old boundary, but it's down the hill all the way. Admirable chase by Max Holden, but he was never going to catch up with that one. It was given the treatment across the square. And as soon as it goes down the hill here at Lords, then it's a fair job to catch it. Oh, swagger about the drive by Haynes. Down to 2 slips and a gully now for Bamba. He's up there again, which is where he'll want to be, there or thereabouts. Just asking the question of the drive early on, but interesting that they've put in the cover straight away. So Tom Helm still there at second, Lewis to play at first slip, Lewis to play at second. Ryan Higgins is the gully, but Holden in at cover is the reinforcement on the offside after those early drives. Good into the O from Bamba. Solid from Haynes, solid start from Sussex. 13 without loss. Yeah, Tommy, you're saying that these two top of the table, both looking at Division 1 cricket next year, you'd put them both down pretty much as 2 favourites to go back up.
Absolutely, Kevin. I think, you know, the start of the season has shown 2 very strong outfits, strong bowling lineups, very good batting lineups, and Middlesex without the overseas player as well. So, you know, have started the season very well with their youthful setup here, and you can see the coaching staff and players working hard.
Beauty from Helm. Best ball of the morning so far. That's the spot that they'll want to target. Helm challenging that fuller length from Clark. Stephen Eskenazi in the background. On the bench for Middlesex below the home balcony. He'd dearly love to get in amongst this at the moment, but a real battle for places. As we said, it's a top of the table clash, 2 sides in very good form. Well, that's glorious. In between extra cover and mid-off, just lent into it.
Tom Helm pushing it up there, looking for any early movement, but a very convincing drive out towards that short boundary, towards the grandstand.
Yeah, it's the shorter boundary. It's a good follow-up from Helm. It's a good leave from Clark. He seems to put extra bit of oomph into that one, Helm. Confident in the leave, Clark, as he should always be. sort of tight on that off stump. He'll might want to leave that spot. There's Luke Holman. He's won his place in the side now. He's come in for Josh De Carey's. Scored runs in the second this week to Carey's, but Fernandez in the side, also offering finger spin and Lias deploy. Then Holman at the moment giving Middlesex a different option with the wrist spin. Four overs done. Gentle start here for Sussex so far. Just one ball of alarm really. 17 without loss. A little bit of width again from Bamba, but that's a glorious shot by Haynes. Go hard. Make no mistake.
There was a real oomph about that shot from Haynes, outside off stump, and he was not holding back. Not afraid to get that foot out to the ball, and that ball raced away to the boundary.
Yeah, another one down the hill. Strong start here from Sussex. And again, that one was hit on the up from Haynes. Obviously like the look of the last one.
Pretty much carbon copy there from Tom Haynes. Ethan Bamber will be looking to just keep it outside that off stump, hoping that Haynes might just feather a nick through to Jack Davis as keeper or to the slips.
And it's through again. Mid-off, got fingertips to it. We'll have a chance perhaps to catch it. Oh, goodness me. He won't quite. Painful chase for Brooks. Holden helping him out. Just managed to get fingertips on it. Bamba persevering. Again, there's not much wrong with that ball, but Basser's obviously feeling confident in this track already. Looking a good surface.
You see Haynes standing well outside of his crease there, looking to get a little bit of pace from the ball onto the bat, and it seems to be paying off so far. It looks like he's found his timing early here, does Tom Haynes.
Edged. Fine of Gully. Another boundary, but that's what Bamba's been looking for. Higgins it was, diving to his right. Come down from 3 slips to 2. But even if they'd have had the third, it was Gully's at best.
Yeah, no chance there in the gully. That is absolutely flown past. Higgins throwing out a right hand, but passed before he knew it.
More runs. 5 fours to start the over. And Sussex getting on top here in the early stages. Middlesex looking to go full, looking for that early movement. Bamba overcompensated perhaps. So the balls that have raced away outside off, just a little too straight on that one. The short boundary coming into play, capitalising fully on that one, Haynes. Just a gentle clip. Once it beat that infield, it was away. Dot ball 20 over. Welcome relief for Bamber. 20 off it. Flying start here for Sussex. 37 without loss.
Yeah, certainly looking to put their impact on this game. 20 runs from that Ethan Bamber third over. Middlesex will be looking to just tighten things up here. 37 for none with 5 overs gone. We'll be looking to take advantage of some favourable bowling conditions with slight clouds overhead after winning the toss and choosing to bowl first.
Well, it was Bamber that was Mr. Economy at Cardiff at the beginning when Glamorgan got off to a good start. Helm's gone for 8 off his 2 so far. He'll be looking to bring some control to this quickly. Little inside tickle. Could have gone anywhere. Clark had a bright start himself, taking the back seat slightly now to Haynes. Speaking of taking a seat, see in the background there Toby Rowland-Jones, who's dropped out, but here's the replay of that inside edge down onto the boot. And very much the spearhead. The skipper rotated out for this one. On the back of that strong performance, he said that he feels like he's been on an upward trajectory for a while. So Middlesex will hope for this one. There's Toby Rowland-Jones on the left in the background. Plenty for the skipper to ponder. Pushing Clark back. They've sat on the front foot for the start here, the Sussex batters. Middlesex going with that attacking full length. Again, see what's in the air early, see what's in the pitch. I think both Bamber and Helm now will be looking at this stage. You've got to drag the length back slightly. There's the pavilion looking pretty packed. Good to see. Probably one of the better attendances in the pavilion that we've had for a game at Lord's so far this year. It's leg side from Helm. Bamber in position at long leg. There's the top tier. Where else do you want to be on a Friday morning with the sun out in the top tier at Lord's? It's a nice little tickle again, just a single. Works from Haynes, you can feel already Helm's just pulling that length back slightly. Get that control, they've turned for 2, they've done well to turn that into 2. Sitting in the crease again as Helm pushes him back. 27 from 17 for Haynes. 40 without loss, Sussex.
And Sussex have started similarly here to how they did in the first innings against Yorkshire. Clark and Haynes reaching 42 within 6-7 overs of that first innings against Yorkshire, so we're in a similar position here at Lord's.
Gets that one through again. Lovely shot. He's just lent into that one, Clark. Just use that little bit of width. Eases it away down the slope. Bright start, the first half an hour here for Sussex. There's a man who's seen it all before. So Ryan Higgins throwing the ball to try and bring some control to this. Just the 3 overs for Bamber and a quick change from Leas Deploy, maybe a change of ends for Bamber. See how he fares. Higgins likely to be the man to bring control quickly to matters for Middlesex. Equally, if there's any movement, he'll find it. Higgins right onto the spot again. It's just that one ball that's been eased away down the slope in the over so far. Only a little bit of width. That was more a reflection on the 2 batters, how they've eased their way into it.
14 wickets so far this season for Ryan Higgins with an economy of just over 3. So I think you're right, Kev. Bring a little bit of control, nice line and length, and hopefully chip in with that early wicket for Middlesex.
Yep, he's the go-to man for Middlesex at the moment, with bat and with ball. Higgins, big performer since he's come back from Gloucestershire. Lower tier of the grandstand, which again, pretty packed today as well. They're the closest to the pitch in that position. Nice from Helm to start. Speaking of bringing some control to matters, perfect man on any pitch, any conditions to do exactly that. Corey Collymore, good to see you. How you doing?
Cheers, Kev. Good day today at Lord's.
It's the Middlesex and Sunrisers Players Association Day. It's going to be a very good day and probably a pretty good evening as well.
I'm sure it would be for most, but I'm here to enjoy cricket first and foremost.
Just as much control in your answer as you had in your bowling. It's a day for control, isn't it, for the bowlers? You can see that already in this early stage. It's a pitch to hit a line and a length regularly. They've had a brisk start, Sussex. Middlesex have gone full. Tested conditions. Quickly having to bring the length back slightly and settle into a consistent spell on a line length. Dropping back deep square for Haynes. Still got the 3 slips in place. Lewis Deploy just orchestrated things there at the top of your screen. Probably haven't had a chance to see much of it yet. So far, easing your way into the grounds for a 12 o'clock start, I think, in the Coronation Garden for the old players.
Well, again, Kev, I'm here to watch cricket first, and it starts at 11. I was here from about 11:05, wandering around the ground. Had a quick look. I think Middlesex bowlers are looking for some swing early doors, but not much swing happening. They're bowling a bit too full, I think, and Sussex have gone on to have a great start.
How tough is it for a bowler? Because you do go out in the early stages and you try to look for what's happening with the conditions, be it overhead with a bit of swings or a bit of seam out there. And obviously early doors, you want to try and blast those pads off as well, see if the feet are moving. But when a side gets off to a fly like this, how tough is it to drag back that length and all of a sudden get yourself back into the game? Obviously Ethan Bamber only had those 3 overs taken out of the attack, but for Helm as well, he's obviously trying to find his length on this one. How tough is it when you do? You go out with a thought process, you go out with a plan to begin with, you've quickly got to switch to plan B, which is actually this is a pitch where we need to be tight on a line length on that off stump, not move.
Sorry, Kev, you're using the word obviously a lot, but might be habit, but I don't think it's, well, obviously Middlesex are bowling too full. I think on any pitch you need to find a length that is perfect for that particular pitch on that particular day, for that matter.
End of the over, 8 gone, 45 without loss.
Yeah, I think Middlesex bowlers are bowling definitely too full on this pitch. Look, on any surface you go to, you try to hit the top of off stump. You need to find that length first, and it varies from surface to surface, as I said earlier, from day to day.
Of course, this isn't just Middlesex and Sunrise's Players Association Day, this is the Corey Collymore Derby.
I think it's just as it's a Middlesex derby at the moment. Top of the table clash. Could be that Middlesex's bowlers are also a bit nervous. You know, it doesn't matter what level you're playing at. Top of the table clash is like a final. You're going into the break and a bit of nerves might be kicking in.
It's interesting what you said there actually about top of off stump, which is the good way to think about it, I guess, from the bowler's perspective. It's pace of pitch, what's through the air as well. But really and truly, it's probably a very small margin, that top of off stump, depending on the pitch, is it, in terms of, to say there's some you go that little bit fuller. Oh, that one slipped out, it felt, for Higgins. Down the slope it goes. Big chase, the sweeper. Martin Anderson on as a sub early for Middlesex. See who he's off for in a moment. Sweeping up on that far side. But yeah, whereas perhaps a bowler can get excited and go a little bit too full too early, stick to the top of off and then work yourself out.
Agreed, Andy, and any batter would tell you that's where the most problems are caused. And it also depends from bowler to bowler. You know, some bowlers are a bit skiddy, someone like Roland Jones is a bit taller than someone like Ryan Higgins.
That was fine of the sweeper. This is a strong start here from Clark. Good chase given by Holman, but Clark had guided that nicely. Actually appreciated by the away dressing room. That's a good start, and it's the 50 partnership as well. 50 up in the 9th over. About 30 minutes on the clock this morning. It's been a brilliant start by Sussex. It's had a real tempo and tone here. Just a little bit too much width by Higgins, but similarly there's real intent from this opening pair. A few familiar faces there for you on the balcony. Ex-teammate, but ex-protégé as well. Or still protégé, I guess.
No teammates. Only can see the guy up front, Rob. He worked in the museum. Jaden Seals, I know from West Indies on 15.
End of the over, 52 without loss. Yeah, Jaden Seals there on the balcony, second from right. Chechwa Pujara, second from left. The only former teammate is...
No.
He's not there.
Tim Skirtley,
Yeah,
who
he's
was
not
our
there.
coaching. I think to Pujara's right is Grant Flower, former Zimbabwean international.
But yeah, Jaden Seals, he's made quite the impact. Sussex and the West Indies.
Yeah, Seals. I always say to people, someone like Jaden Seals, he did 2 under 15 tours, I think, to the UK. Anytime you do that, I think they have something special.
Played by Haynes. Quick single, turn things around. Middlesex will really be looking to helm to find a way through here for Middlesex. It's good from Helm. And there's where that little bit of doubt is in the batter's minds. Pick up a couple. Well, that's where Helm wants to be. That's the question he wants to be asking. Just going back to Jaden Seals for a moment. So you worked with him at under 15. Was it apparent at that point? This lad's got a bright future.
Yeah, for sure. He went to his first tour, I think, at 13 years old. And then he did a second tour here to the UK. And like I said earlier, anyone I think that does 2 under 15 tours must be something special. And he's shown that, not only for the West Indies, but also for Sussex throughout the season.
Jaden Seals there, second to right. So you were down in Hove last week, indeed, with Jaden.
Yes, down in Hove. I was called up by James Skirtley, actually, and between him and Coach Paul Farbris, came a decision to surprise him, and he was a captain player for Sussex, and I presented him with that cap.
Nicely hooked away. It's pushing them back again, Helm here. Sitting a little too happily on their front foot to begin with, Sussex, but yeah, must have been a good day.
Yeah, it was a lovely day. As I said, they didn't tell Jaden anything, so it was a surprise for him. It was nice to do it. Seeing him come from under 15 to this level, and always keep in contact, always look out for him, asking questions, how he's doing, etc. And lovely man he is.
Sussex 56 without loss. Strong start with bat, but with the ball, they do have a mighty fine attack. He'll be opening the bowling with Ollie Robinson, Seals. So it's a strong bowling attack, an international bowling attack that Sussex will come with. But with the batting first, Allsop in next, and the other man that we saw in shot on that balcony, Pujara at number 4. So Middlesex would dearly love that couple of early wickets to try and get Pujara in early in proceedings, but it's a strong start from Sussex. The openers more than doing their job of seeing off the new ball. They've capitalised with some good runs already.
I think this will be also good for the Sussex captain. That would be one familiar face for us, Andy. Former teammate. Fortunately or unfortunately, he was from Middlesex.
Haven't spotted him yet today. Of course, he was a former teammate of yours. Now in the Sussex dressing room, though.
I was going to ask you if you're sure he's in the right dressing room.
Yeah. It must have been an odd experience for him. Played an entire professional career. Started at Lancashire as a boy, of course, John Simpson, but his entire professional career here at Middlesex, here at Lords.
Yeah, he is a professional. I think in any profession, people tend to move around. I myself, like I said earlier, played for Sussex for 3 years, and it's my second county, and then I played for Middlesex for 3 years. So it's part and parcel of the job we do. Just got to keep doing your best.
A little bit of width. Once again, they've got the sweeper back. Luke Holman down at deep backward point, just to protect the runs that have leaked down the hill so far. As the man who's replaced John Simpson, Jack Davies, behind the stumps. Came in as an opening bat a couple of years back. Simpson had the gloves at that point, but Simpson moving on. He's been the man trusted. There's a few in the queue. Robbie White, Joe Cracknell. Plenty of options that could take the gloves, but Davies is the man who's been throwing them immediately in the aftermath of Simpson's departure. Second shot again from Haynes, but the sweeper is back on that offside now. It's Holden at deep cover and take the single. Clark back onto strike. It means they'll drop the deep point back as Clark will take strike once more. So yeah, covers come up there. Max Holden in shot. Can't see out a shot. It's deep backward point. Luke Holman. He was up for Haynes, and the sweeper back was Holden. Early look at the ball for the umpires. Handcuffs will be out in a moment, see if it goes through. This has been a regular occurrence in the last couple of years now with the Duke's ball.
Yeah, I sense here, Kev, that the Middlesex's bowlers are still searching for some swing, and this ball is not swinging, so they're looking for a change.
It looks as though they're going to get it. Hasn't gone through, one of them. There we go. Hasn't gone through. Ball change for Middlesex. They'll be delighted with that. 58 without loss after 10.4. Ball change, please, umpires, and they've got their wish. Robson and Higgins. What will the chat be between those at the moment? I mean, as you say, it's keep it simple. Well, the old Glenn McGrath, keep it simple, stupid at the moment. Top of off, isn't it?
That's what he used to say. The great Shane Warne. Top of off with the odd bumper. Fast bowling is not that hard, they say.
Going back to Jaden Seals, obviously because you've got a great deal of knowledge of the Sussex bowler. One of the brightest for West Indies at the moment of the young contenders.
I think those guys would tell you I'm a very hard marker, Kev. But we always have some good prospects in the West Indies. I can't say one the brightest or not. I think Jaden is right up there with the skills he possesses. The lines or the areas that we're talking about that he tends to hit. I think he should have a very, very successful career.
23 in September, Jaden Seals. 10 tests, 10 ODIs so far. Not part of the T20 squad coming up for the World Cup. It's only a week away now. World Cup in the Caribbean and in the US. It all starts in the US, I think, doesn't it, with the USA and Canada?
Yeah, it should be great. Unfortunately, I'll be missing out, but I'll be watching from afar, keeping a keen eye. It'd be good to see cricket in the West Indies, especially our World Cup. I think it's very, very good for the people. Good for the players also to experience. Playing at home in front of their home fans. And even good for the foreign teams. Everyone loves coming to the West Indies. People love going to the USA as well. So it should be a spectacle that we're hoping for. Our finals in Barbados, of course. Hopefully you can sponsor me, Kevin. I will attend.
Inside edge on that one. Puff of the cheeks from Ryan Higgins. Rare leave this morning from a Sussex opener. End of the over, 58. Without loss, Sussex have been put in here by Middlesex at Lords. Mentioned in the Caribbean, right in the middle of the shot there, Roland Butcher, former England's Middlesex opener. Good to see him this morning. Turn around, I didn't know he was here this morning. Turn around and Butcher's behind me. Selector up until recent months with the West Indies as well.
Yes, Roland Butcher. Man of many talents.
He must have known he was on shot. He had to stand up. He's got a smile on his face. He knew we'd picked him out. Part of the Middlesex Barbados crew. I was catching up with him last week. He was, or a couple of weeks ago now. The ex-Middlesex players from Barbados. Bamber back into the attack, but from the nursery end. Sussex back into the runs, just over pitch from Bamber again. Same problem he had at the pavilion end. Starts up similarly at the nursery. Haynes powers to 37. Effortless from Haynes, that one. It's clipped away. They'll get a couple. Big boundary on the onside. This is a problem for Middlesex. Runs are just leaking all around the park at the moment.
Yeah, we talked about control earlier, Kev, but I think it's consistency more so than control. If you want to control it, just take all the slips out and ring the field up. But they continue to bowl too full,
Didn't even pitch at the moment. Just hasn't quite got it right this one. It's incredible. Well, it's cricket, isn't it? Last week at Cardiff, Bamber was on the spot, was Mr. Reliable from ball one. Just not quite happened for him so far this morning, but immediately thrown the nursery ends. See if it brings a change of fortunes for him.
I'm a big fan of Bamba actually. I think I told you that last time he was here, and he's got something about him.
Bounced straight into the side and never really looked back. Ethan Bamber stormed through his first 100 first-class wickets at just over 20.
Yeah, Ethan Bamba. I've never actually checked his record, to be honest, but just watching him bowl on stream here. First time I saw him bowling on television, he's looked like he has good rhythm, strong bowler. I think he lacks probably a little bit at the crease on delivery. I think he definitely has something about him.
25 years of age now. Ethan Bamber, that time's flown by since his debut, 2018. Can we claw any of these years back, Corey? Bumper. Ends the over, 64 without loss.
Now, as we say at home, Kev, you know, sometimes that energies attract, and I've done a bit of research. I realize Bamba is December born like myself, so no wonder I tend to be a fan of Mr. Bamba. December 17th, my birthday December 24th.
Oh, I was just about to guess 25th.
21st, sorry.
Early Christmas present. Bamber's average. Quick single. Done that well as well this morning, as well as the boundaries. They've rotated the strike when needed and wanted. I was just going to give you the Bamber average there, which is it's climbed to nearly 27 now, 182 at 27 for Bamber. As I say, his first 100 were tight to 20. He made a big impact, and he is a solid part of this side. And you know, in the history of cricket, 25 is still a pretty young age.
I agree, he's still a young man, still learning his craft. Just takes one season or two. He'll be still 27, that'll be middle to late 20s. As they say, that's when you start learning your cricket, or start knowing your cricket.
That's good from Higgins. That's what they've been looking for all morning from the pavilion end, around the wicket. So let's go down the slope. We haven't seen much movement at all. I've got this replacement ball now, though, Middlesex.
Again, Kev, I think the bowlers were searching for movement. When you search for movement, when you're bowling that full, doesn't matter who you are, half volley is a half volley. Ball will not swing if it's full.
So what's the movements for you coming up? Obviously the role with Bangladesh at the moment as well.
Yes, our ads in Bangladesh. I work with the High Performance Centre as the pace bowling coach, and I'll be heading out for the beginning of June. Yeah, I've seen some great talent from PS Sporters in Bangladesh. Nahid Rana, who came through a high performance last year. He made his debut against Sri Lanka in the recent series in Bangladesh. Tanzin Saqib, who's in the World Cup squad.
Oh, it's good from Higgins. Just starting to find some movement. Under the 13, 66 without loss. Just watch this one again. Just straightens.
Also Mushfiq Hassan, who's also in and around the test squad. So some good talent in Bangladesh.
How are they going to go at the World Cup? Always a side that can, obviously, have had a tough start against USA in the last couple of games, but the warm-up's a warm-up. They're a side obviously capable of some pretty big upsets themselves. Oh, and Bamba strikes back around the wicket from the nursery ends, goes through the gate of Haynes. Straight coming back into the left-hander. How much movement was there on that one? Madata Bamba gets his breakthrough. Haynes will be disappointed. He's misjudged that. Bamba's gone straight through the gate.
That's the man, Ethan Bamba. Not much movement there at all, Kev, if any. Just gone on straight at the angle, but look at the length. Hitting the top of the stumps.
Yep. And that's the point. Be on the spot, let the batter make the mistake. Error in judgment from Haynes on that one. 40 from 37, a fabulous innings from him. Good start for Sussex. Bamber will feel very good about that breakthrough though.
Agreed, after his first 4 overs. Going for 35 runs. Bowling extremely full, Bamber, but getting the length right on this occasion. Again, hitting the top of the stumps. And that's the length that they'll be searching for. Very well bowled.
Tom Alsop comes out at number 3. And the order parted now from Sussex have been a big part of that top order. For a man who went the other way. Exaggerated leave from all subs. He said if you're going to leave confidently. That thrust up into the air. There's the top tier. You can see out the back as well, which is a great viewing spot. Tables to sit out there, can see through the glass. Off the mark, Alsop. off the hip as well and pick up a couple. Yeah, former Hampshire man Tom Alsop, wicket-keeper batter, England under 19, England Lion as well. First class average of 30, 10 centuries, 25 50s now. 96 first class matches for the now 28-year-old. Oh, now height and angle against Bamber on that. Middlesex bowlers starting to feel they're in the game though at this point. Really good comeback this from Bamber. Wicket start the over. Picking up Haynes, bowled for 40. Here's the wicket of Haynes. He's just driven at something that wasn't there. The left-hander on that occasion. Was that Corey? Top of the stumps.
That's the area. That's the length.
The bowler's story as old as time.
Yeah, we were speaking about Bangladesh earlier, Kev. I think Bangladesh can spring a few surprises. You know, it doesn't seem like they're on form at the moment. But I think it's might be a matter of trying to figure out combinations.
Side Bangladesh that we just got to before that wicket, always capable of an upset, but obviously they'll want to put it together more than just being a side capable of an upset, because of course they've been on the receiving end of that themselves with USA in the build-up to the World Cup.
Yes, agreed. I think the last couple of series they played, they've been on top. One in New Zealand.
Oh, Higgins nearly creeps one through. A couple of times now we've seen him challenge that inside edge. And Sopbury taking his guard from the umpire. Again, it's just good areas, isn't it? Good line and length.
Story of the day, Kev.
It seems as though they've got it now, Middlesex. It took a while, but it seems as though both ends. Helm had it at the nursery end for sure.
Yeah, Bangladesh, I think, a good all-round package. Quality pace bowlers, some good spinners, and some batters that can surprise you. On the day, I think they have a good top to middle order. And if those guys can keep firing, I think they'll spring a few surprises.
And when Bangladesh face West Indies?
I haven't looked at the fixtures, so I'm not sure.
Oh, edged. Now, did that carry? Second slip. Here's Deploy as he hurt himself. He stayed down, or is that disappointment? It looks as though it is pain. Looks like skipper holds his right wrist. Oh, yeah. Bottom of the thumb by the looks of it. Wasn't going to carry to slip. It was second catch at best, but it was a difficult chance, and it's hurt. Bowling well, Higgins. Inside edge to end the over. Outside edge. Outside edge. Penultimate ball. A chance, but a tough one. We'll have a look at that again in a moment, but first, a sighting of our sponsors, Daffabet. Let's have a look at the put down again at second. It was a tough chance, Corey. But then from a bowler's perspective.
I actually thought he moved a bit late, to be quite honest. It might be slow motion. It could be a bit close as well. Higgins probably put a bit more effort in that delivery.
So you dodged that question a minute ago. If West Indies face Bangladesh, loyalties for you, where you'll be sat behind the sofa, I guess, on that one?
I think cricket would be the winner.
Like Middlesex versus Sussex for you. Cricket will be the winner. Ooh, caught in two minds there, Clark. Gets away with it. Dab to point. But I'm sure you'll be delighted though. See two former teams top of the table. First and second.
Yeah, before we go on, for sure, my loyalty. Okay, but I'll be West Indian first any day. I think that goes without saying. But yeah, two former teams, Sussex, Middlesex. Two very good counties, I should say. And some great memories, both counties. Great friendships made. Always welcoming. Enjoyed every minute of it.
My two favourite grounds, Lords and Hove. Best away trip on the circuit, Hove, from a Middlesex base. He's just found his rhythm now at the nursery end, Bamba. Timed it up.
So what's so good about Sussex away trip, man?
What's not good? Walk along, stroll along the seafront on the way to the ground each day. Favourite approach to any ground in this country, I think. Out of the hotel along the seafront towards the Cromwell Road.
I think the other places you can stay at other than the seafront, but if that's your choice, I wouldn't blame you.
I mean, it does depend on the weather. A rainy day in Sussex walking along the seafront's not quite the same.
Rainy day in Sussex at the ground's definitely not the same.
Where were you set up down there? Were you close to Hove, or were you when you stayed down there?
I think Sussex look after you quite well with your accommodation and where you're situated. Or I was quite lucky. 3 years, first year I was 2 streets over, straight out the ground itself, the main gate. Second year I was closer to the town area, but still not far away, a 5-minute walk. And the last year I had a view like this. Just at the bottom of the ground. Mine, I would call it.
Of course, when you're in Middlesex, you had the penthouse just behind Old Father Time there.
I think Middlesex is a bit different to Sussex in that Lords, for me, is a bit too busy. I grew up in the countryside in Barbados. And I always say I like going to the action. Yeah, I like going to the action and not staying in it. Being here with a wife and 2 children as well, I think it was good for me to have an area where 2 young children can play. And so I made the decision to stay close to Mr. Fraser. I was in Northwood and Pinner area.
Good stop. Holman at points.
Yeah, for me, I don't mind driving as long as they're happy. So it's good to stay in that area where you can have a nice house with a garden and some parking instead of looking around St. John's Wood for 2 hours.
Holman dropping back now at points. It's just the delay. Oh, and again, challenge that inside edge constantly now, Higgins. Ricochet falls kindly. Could have gone anywhere. Big appeal from Higgins. A couple of areas of doubt on that one. Went up early, but they settled pretty quickly as well, didn't they? See where it pitched first. Close to pitching in line, but
I thought bad at first, Kev. Might have just pitched outside.
end of the over, 72 for 1. We've had an hour and 10 minutes, just the one breakthrough, that one chance that was edged. We'll stop rebuilding now with Clark after that loss of Haynes early on. Lovely shot, traps the bat down on that one also. Big chase here for Holden. Ooh. If you're a Middlesex fan, good stop. If you're a Sussex fan, it's for umpire. Managed to run 3 in that time. It's tight for Holden. Room was running out the whole time. Tight's the word. Tight single there as well. Keeps the strike ticking between these two. Bamber's tightened it up though. One over went for 20 in that opening 3 he had from the pavilion. For the other 5 just 20, but I think it was 29 in total off his first 3. There's the bowler's bar, and it's just in between that gap with the Warner stand where all the ex-players, Middlesex and Sunrisers, will be dining this lunchtime. It's a busy day all round, not just in the bowler's bar. It's as packed as I've seen the pavilion. Well, I'd almost say for a couple of years, really. It's absolutely chocker in there today. Could be a few autograph hunters hanging around at the back of the Warner stand later.
Part of the job, I guess.
The queue will obviously be longest for Corey Collimore's table. I reckon Mike Gatting might just be second on the list of the queue for the autograph hunters.
Got to be right up there for sure. Middlesex, England legend.
End of the over, 76 for 1. Corey, we'll let you go because you've got to head off to ex-players' dining room across the... Well, it's not the dining room, it's the garden. I'm hoping it's a barbecue for you, but where does Tim Mercer fit in all this? Is he an ex-player? Now he's a coach. Does he get an invite? Is he allowed in the garden?
Of course. Mertz, the true all-rounder. I think he'll be wandering over at some stage.
Corey, great to see you as ever.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you.
You take care of yourself. Please come up whenever you're here. Enjoy the afternoon.
Thanks, man. You too. Thanks.
Save a drink for me. Big appeal around the wicket. Needs to straighten. Big puff of the cheek again from Higgins. That's close, said Corey Collymore. It was close, just slide him. Just slide him. Going down. And he only saw it with half an eye as well. Bowler always knows. Oh, a little steer from Clark. Single more to the total, 77 for 1. Now it's a bit of shape on that. Looked so that did a little bit through the air from Higgins, that last one. Did. Just went late before pitching. That one comes back the other way. This is the groove that Higgins will look to get into now. He's got the slope to play with. There's a little bit in this ball, working hard on it. They got the replacement ball, Middlesex. Didn't have much joy with that opening one. Changed after 10 overs. Clearly wasn't going through the handcuffs, so they got their wish. They got a replacement ball. I have said that these dukes don't really start to come to life until after 10 overs have passed. There he is. Right on the spot. Feels like he's got his tail up now, Higgins. Sensing something. We'll test this for Allsop. Movement through the air. The slope will play its part. He's as wily as they come. Up there again and defended. 77 for 1 Sussex, Allsop on 7, Clark 30. Change around on the mic. Corey Collimore's headed off for a nice lunch. Tom Ford's back alongside myself. Kevin Hand through to take you through to the interval. There's Kids Day in the stand outside, which you'll hear on the effects mic. Making all the noise, enjoying their day out. little bit jealous. I think Corey and the boys are going to enjoy a good day out down in the garden at the back of the Warner stand, Tom. We're missing out. We'll try and make up for it later, maybe. Oh, quickly through. Holden with the throw. Had he have hit, that was gone. That's brilliant work by Davies. Absolutely outstanding. Athleticism, alertness, and execution from Davies. Look at this. Superb. As good as it gets with the gloves. Behind the stumps, that. Allsop would have been long gone if that was a direct hit. Alert from Holden to go to the wicket-keeper's end. Hard-mouth moment. And there he is, Jack Davies, the man who replaced John Simpson, now the Sussex keeper. Simo would have been proud of that one. Outstanding gloves when he was for so many years. 2008 debut. 15-year career with Middlesex. Another quick single. 79 for 1, Bamber 1 for 43 off 7.3 now, but they've tightened out from the start, Tom. When Middlesex were leaking a few, it was a great start for Haynes and Clark.
Yeah, much needed wicket for Middlesex. Ethan Bamber going with that round the wicket ploy and just sliding one down the slope through the gap for a much needed wicket. But yeah, the combination of Bamber and Higgins has really brought Middlesex back into this session. And I think you're right, Kev. I think Corey did the right thing coming up here nice and early, so now he's got the rest of the day to enjoy what other activities.
Overthrows, frustrating. Single just goes up now. Only the single, but still frustrating. Bamber remains on the spot.
17 wickets now this season for Ethan Bamber, who is approaching a milestone. Just 3 more wickets to reach 100 first-class wickets at Lords.
End of the over, 80 for 1.
There's 17 wickets this season for Bamber at an average of 35, which is a little above his career average, but still is ever reliable for Middlesex for such a young player still. And of course the first 2 games of the season were with the Kookaburra ball, which it's not easy for any bowler, so can affect some of those bowling averages.
Yeah, exactly that. I think all the bowlers up and down the country are very relieved to see the end of the Kookaburra rounds. The start of the season won't have helped anybody's average across the country in those first 2 weeks. Not with the ball, anyway. Nice stop by Holden in at cover.
And it says a lot with the Sussex batting scores. That first handful of games reaching over 400 in their first innings for those first 4 games of the season.
Big swing. Has he got a little inside tickle on it? He has. There's the look to the square leg umpire. Clark knew he'd got something on it. Did it carry was Clark's question. Higgins knew there was a tickle on it. Here's his response. Knew straight away. A little look to the square leg umpire from Allsop. From Clark, he's gone for 32. Middlesex have their second wicket. Higgins has his first. Disappointment for Clark. Really strong start for he and Haynes. Both the openers gone now. Let's just have a look. Little inside edge. Gets the gloves underneath it. Just got those fingertips there. Davies threw the ball immediately into there. Really had to pin the gloves down underneath that one. 80 for 2. But yeah, huge disappointment. Drags himself off. Some big runs outside the off stump early this morning for Clark and for Haynes. They're both gone. Now Middlesex finally have the man that they want heading out to the middle early. Chechua Pujara. Double century last time he was at Lord's. Skippering the side then. Comes in with a job to do now. Middlesex fighting back with half an hour to lunch. They've got 2. If they could grab 1 more, they'll be happy with the morning session. If they could grab 2 more, they'd be delighted. If that 1 more was Pujara, then the home side here will be absolutely over the moon with their start and their comeback after such a brisk and bright start from the visitors.
Absolutely right, Kev. Pujara walking to the crease with a first-class average of just shy of 52. So this is a very, very, very big half an hour for Middlesex. If they can break this partnership early and get rid of the Indian batter, they will be. They will feel that this morning session is justified, winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. But Pujara will look to continue the fine form that he has previously had at Lord's.
Higgins asking for something. Let's have a look and see. Deploys inquiring what is it. It's for Nathan Fernandez at long leg, just to come up a little bit. Just had a shot, the wide shot, but you can, the long leg, but you can see how short the boundary is to the offside for Pujara. It's a massive ocean of space on the onside. There's a deep square and long leg, but that call was for the long leg, just to come in a little bit tighter. Booming in swing. No ball called. Higgins won't mind. He didn't take the edge or get through Pujara with that one, but look at that go. Higgins' face said it all as he turned. Happy with that one. Just felt like he was getting into a groove here. Felt like he was getting something to happen. He's got a short mid-wicket for Pujara as well as the 2 slips. End of the over. Another wicket for Middlesex. First for Higgins. This was the end of Clark for 32. Davies behind the stumps really had to slam those gloves down after the bottom edge on a slap. This was the point. Look how quickly those gloves go there just to get down. Pin. Gloves, fingers just underneath. For the over, 82 for 2. There's the wicket taker, Higgins. Third slip. Behind Allsop. Just threw it a little early. Allsop had to check that one.
You can really see here, Kev, that the ball is now starting to move through the air quite dramatically. The Middlesex fielders have been working on a good shine on the ball, which was looked at a little while ago. But I think for now, the bowlers will be pretty happy staying with this one.
Lovely spot in the grandstands. The belting down from Sun over Old Father Time. Peering across to the grandstands. A nice sun trap now, sun will go around there this evening, but for now they're in a good spot. A good spot to watch this man. Master of his trade. Experienced Indian batter. It was at this end of the square that he scored his double century. 2022. Middlesex will be very keen to get rid of him quickly this morning. Leave again by Pujara.
A higher score of 86 for Cheshire Pujara this season against Gloucester, and a century against Derbyshire of 113. So he has been in some good form. Struggled for runs against Yorkshire with just 14 and 33. Bamber holding nicely outside off stump, testing Pujara's technique, who is always as comfortable in that leave as some batters around the world.
There he is off the mark. Gentle push in between cover and mid-off. Couple for Pujara to get off the mark. Allsop will have the strike, 85 for 2.
And his 3 lowest scores of the season have come in his last 3 innings, scoring 3 in the second innings against Glamorgan, followed by 14 and 33 against Yorkshire. So again, just reiterating the importance of finding that wicket early before he really starts to bed in for the day.
Yeah, you don't keep an old dog down for long, do you? winding me up or what? Good start again from Higgins. Sop and Pajara will both be aware the importance of this little passage of play now until lunch. 24 minutes until the interval on the first day. Desperate to steer through, just 2 down with the morning session belonging to the visitors. If they can get in at 2 down. 3 down's the minimum really for a bowling side, putting a side in the first morning. Relatively evens though, if it was 3 down this morning. 4 and then the bowling side really feeling business, but crucially for Middlesex, that run rate, they've managed to get that back down as well. Up at around 6 at the start. And he raced away with a 50 partnership for the opening stand. Haynes with 40 and Clark 32, both back in the hutch.
That wicket of Tom Clark was Ryan Higgins' 15th wicket of the 15th wicket of the season so far, averaging just shy of 30 with the ball, and against a career average of just shy of 25. So again, as the season goes on and into that part 2 of the county championship games, I think we could see some of those bowling averages come down.
Maiden over for Higgins, his first, 1 for 22 from 9. A lesser spotted maiden over this morning for the Middlesex attack. Bamba 1 for 47 from 9 with 1 maiden. But they'll be very happy on that balcony with the improved performance in the last hour with the ball. The first half an hour was a bit loose. Clearly just reading the bowling stats there at that point. First look at Brooks this morning. Back into the side, having been rested, rotated at Glamorgan last week, replacing the skipper who sat far left there, Toby Rowland-Jones. He's barely left that seat all morning, keeping a close eye on matters. Stephen Eskenazi in the middle and Martin Anderson on the right. Right up there, first ball from Brooks. That was the difficulty for Bamba in particular this morning. It went a little bit too full. Haynes and Clark really cashed in. Rich reward for everybody that's been inside Lords this morning. Plenty of runs to begin. Entertaining start from the Sussex openers, but a couple of wickets fighting back for Middlesex. That was only the second maiden of the morning for a Middlesex bowler. That's something that would have frustrated, but that they'll be looking to tighten up now and through the afternoon session as well. Nice little steer again by Alsop off the back foot.
Just a fourth appearance of the season for Henry Brooks, who coming in to replace Toby Rowland-Jones for this game with a good opportunity to really make an impact.
Oh, shape for Brooks. Wow. Belter of a ball that. Even Pujara. Oof. Sucked into it, outside off stump. Lovely movement. Bit of a way shape. Looks like the umpire might have appreciated that as well. Single turns around the strike. But that ball before, let's look for this movement from Brooks. Pace from height. Pujara drawn into it outside of the off stump. Just swung late. Which changed the line. So Middlesex will be mightily excited about the prospect of Brooks. Good over. Just the 3 off it, but that ball to Pujara will have excited the Middlesex attack. And just put a little warning shot across this pair before the interval. 88 for 2. A quick glance at what's happening elsewhere. Championship today, starting Division 1. Somerset 57 for 4 at Durham. Couple of wickets for Ben Stokes. Abel, Renshaw, Lammonby and Hamid back in the pavilion. Banton and Rue together, 57 for 4 at Chestley Street. Somerset, where Durham won the toss. Helm's back, change of ends. Started up at the nursery first thing this morning, Helm. Switched to the pavilion end now before lunch. Strike bowler's end, traditionally at Lord's. He's Middlesex's strike bowler at the moment. If he could strike with this wicket, then the hosts would be dining pretty happily this lunchtime. Quick look down at what's happening at Hampshire. Surrey 67 for 3. Burns, Sibley and Pope gone. All 3 wickets for Dawson there. 3 for 22. He was in the attack first change as well. Spinner. Smith and Folkes together for the champions, Southampton. Essex have made a better start than anybody else in Division 1. They are 80 without loss at Canterbury. Brown and Elgar opening up. Where Essex won the toss at Canterbury. Delayed starts at Lancashire and Worcestershire, Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, the visitors respectively. Division 2. Derbyshire 100 for 3 at Gloucestershire. Inside edge from Pujara. Slope coming into play perhaps for Helm. Wary of that ball coming back down the slope. Pujara. A long way across. Crucially, got an inside edge on it. Helm pushing mid-wicket to deep square. Slightly short of it, dragged it down. That Derbyshire match, 103 for 3 at Bristol. Lloyd, Rees and Madsen all departed. Brooke Guest 24 not out, Lamb with him now on 16. Glamorgan on the wrong end of a Tom Helm 7 for. The number on his back. On the wrong end of those winning runs as well from this man down at Cardiff last week. The end of the over, 89 for 2, just the single of Helm's return. Yeah, he hit the winning runs down at Cardiff. Glamorgan are 94 for 1, having been put in at Grace Road by Leicestershire. Billy Roots back in the side for Glamorgan. So too is Mir Hamza. So Colin Ingram makes way. Roots gone, Court Patel bowled Mike for 40. Eddie Byram still there on 41. Marnus Labuschagne back down to 3 with Roots' return at the top. Yorkshire made a strong start at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire won the toss. Yorkshire 78 without loss. Strong start here from Brooks. He's on the spot straight away. Back into the side. He'll be very keen to make an impression in this last championship round of matches before the Blasts. He'll be a big part of the Blast side for Middlesex, as we heard before the start of play from Richard Johnson. Player who's made a big impact in the 100 as well. It's helped Middlesex's fortunes in the Blasts. On the spot again. Testing here, inside edge Pujara, outside edge beaten last over.
A very strong addition to the Middlesex bowling lineup. Henry Brooks just adding that little bit of extra pace and bounce, as you mentioned before, from that height. Will have a good impact in the T20 Blast, but hopefully in the Red Bull game as well.
Little chat for Pujara, which he did after the ball that beat him in the previous over. Not short of confidence then from Brooks, wanting to try to get to Pujara. This is excellent from Brooks. He's asking a lot of questions here right now. He's in the outside edge beat and the inside edge taken. Pujara determinedly forward there on that one. Tense little passage now this through until lunch. Crucial for both sides. Oh, it's good again. It's well played by Pujara. Played it late. Over the top of it. Soft hands, angled bat. Everything done correctly by Indian batter. Couple more to the total. But Brooks will be happy with that. It's there on the spot again, asking the right question. Two slips in a gully. There's no deep third, but it is a long way down there. Backward point. You see that protection on the onside boundary. Deep square. Brian right on the money again. This has been a really impressive start by Brooks. 2 overs, none for 5. Up against Pujara for the majority of it as well. I'm not even sure he's bowled a ball to Allsop yet. I think all 12 have been at Pujara. And the Middlesex man will be very happy with what he's produced there. Sussex will be very happy though with the morning session overall at this stage if they can walk off in 10 minutes time, 2 down. They'll be over the moon. All looking pretty happy up there as well. Yes, no, it's a comfortable single in the end. Helm fielding off his own bowling.
You mentioned that 7-for down at Cardiff for Tom Helm, Kev. That's now 15 wickets for the season for the right arm pacer at an average of 38.
Again, he'd have played those kookaburra rounds at the beginning, much like when you were going through Bambas. The average is, well, the bowlers will certainly hope, will sharply come down across the season. It usually starts pretty impressively in April, but not this year with those kookaburra rounds. Again, in his own words, last week, Tom Helm saying he feels like he's on an upward trajectory this season to that match at Cardiff. See Pujara there just getting himself into line on that one, setting himself up, getting the feel of it. Well tested by Brooks. Helm will be pretty keen. Middlesex will know the importance of this next wicket if it can be Pujara as well. On they go in, a little happier at lunch. Further chance this morning. Edge to Elias Deploy, who's just in shot there at second. Wore it on his right wrist, almost bottom part of the thumb. Up on his toes. Let's keep that one out. Again in position nicely. Pujara settling into it. Sussex just over 5 minutes before lunch, 92 for 2. There's the Sussex balcony. How happy will they be before lunch? Well, they'll be very happy at 2 down. Doors closed now. It's a little bit more populated earlier. We've all been out there watching Pujara at this point.
Maybe it's a superstition thing. Maybe Pujara asked for them to stay in the changing room.
Yeah, shut the door, lads. I think it's an air conditioning thing, shutting the door on the balcony. I'm thinking, do they want the breeze going in? But maybe it's maybe the air conditioning's not working with the door open. Shut the door, lads. Come on, let's get the air conditioning cranked up.
Or join the queue early for lunch, which might be also be a good shout.
He'll dine happily if he can get in with an asterisk next to his name. Deep square being called up. About halfway, Fernandez. Big boundary again to old Father Time.
It's been a very disciplined start to his innings here for Tom Alsop. Just 11 runs from 44 deliveries as we approach lunch. Alsop moving into an important number 3 role in this Sussex batting lineup.
Edged, has he taken it? Yes, he has. What a catch. Absolute screamer at third slip, and delight you bet there is. Alsop falls. That is a stunner. We've seen one go down. A difficult chance at second. That's as tough as it gets at third. And Higgins, be it bat, be it ball, or be it in the field, he's the go-to man for Middlesex. And he has plucked an absolute beaut out of thin air. Brilliant bowling from Brooks in this spell. He knows just as well as anybody else. It's the catch that's done it, though.
That is an absolutely outstanding catch from Higgins. With what you would say is a weaker left hand as well. Low to the ground, diving away. There's a phenomenal grab.
I have to admit, to the naked eye, I didn't even give him a chance. Look at that. One-handed, near full stretch. And Middlesex will walk off with the wicket. I mean, 3 minutes before the interval. Chetua Pujara is still there on 7. They'd have loved to have grabbed him before lunch, but they've got 3 in the morning session. A really good fight back from Middlesex after a brilliant start by Sussex. 50 opening stand between Haynes and Clark. But now Alsop goes into lunch with the openers. His innings is done. Pujara's still there. Brooks has a wicket in his third over. But Ryan Higgins has a moment to remember at third slip. The delight was clear to see. Middlesex will be over the moon with that third wicket in the morning session. It marks a good fight back from what was a slow first 30 minutes from the hosts having won the toss. We're going to take a break for lunch as well. Be back with play to resume at 1:38. We'll be back just before then with the live stream here from Lords. From Tom Ford and myself, Kevin Hand. Take lunch, 30:92 for 3.
Eskenazi, outstanding.
And bowls him! He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Incredible moment, absolutely incredible moment. That was as good a piece of fielding as you will see on any ground in the world. Nice from Holman, really nice. 6 runs, beautiful. Wow, what a shot that is from Cracknell. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords, where Middlesex are in their huddle. The umpires, who you might have just seen over their shoulder, are on their way. Martin Anderson on as a sub-fielder again. Elias Deploy leads the side out. He hurt the bottom of his thumb when trying to take a catch earlier, so that was my first thought, whether it was he who was off the field. I couldn't recognise Anderson because of the shorn head underneath that hat that he's wearing earlier. But we'll keep an eye on who he's off for. On for Sussex, Pujara not out on 7. Cole's now joining him in the middle with, well, a big talk from Middlesex there in their huddle, and I'm sure it'll be, let's not start the afternoon the way we started this morning's session. It was a slow start from Middlesex with the ball. It took them a while to get going, but the last 90 minutes of the morning session belonged to the hosts. With it, 3 wickets. Thanks to that man. Brooks picking up Allsop with the last ball of the morning session. Still a delivery to bowl of his 3rd over. So he'll be in from the nursery end. Nathan Bamber. In close attendance for a chat with him as well. But it was a brilliant spell. And here is that wicket that fell just before lunch. Look at this for a catch by Higgins. Low to his left. Absolutely outstanding. What are we doing on the umpires one? Can we do it end of the over? End of the over, yeah? Or whenever. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet. Do we know the graphics aren't in the corner of Dapperbet? Oh, no ball called. So we'll still wait to end the over, which has taken 40 minutes to do so far. A little bit of bounce though for Brooks. He'll be happy with that again. Umpires, scorers even. Have you seen the umpire signal? Outstretched hand signalling that no ball for overstepping from Brooks. A little too straight to finish. Could be a tight chase here. In fact, it's going to be 4. Holman doesn't get there. It is a short boundary. 4 to end the over. So 98 for 3. 1 for 11 for Brooks now. As the over ends with a no ball and a 4. Almost blast time. So Cole says 4. Pujara will have strike. I'm Kevin Hands. Tom Ford is alongside me on the mic this afternoon. And, well, as I say, this morning was a slow start for Middlesex. That's not what they'll want this afternoon.
No, you're right, Kev. I think a really intriguing first session, as I think we can probably get prepared for throughout this game. A lot of ebbs and flows in this top of the table clash. But Middlesex will be hoping to pick up where they left off in the last hour of that first session. As you say, Ryan Higgins going to be continuing from the pavilion end to start this session.
There's that in-swing again. Swinging into the middle of Pujara's bat on this occasion. Picks out Robson at mid-off. 2 slips, backward point, covering a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square and a long leg the field. Goes back up the slope from Higgins. Probably the 2 big names facing off in the 2 sides. Higgins versus Pujara. And swing again stops in the covers. Great stop in there by Mark Stoneman. Important stuff. The experienced Middlesex man. Backing up his bowler, keeping the pressure on. That short boundary. Tantalising for Pujara. Although with all his own experience, he won't get carried away. This line wide enough that Pujara's not interested. No ball called again by the umpire. It is Higgins overstepping this time. Holman in the foregrounds to offer some wrist spin at some point. Also lengthens the batting lineup for Middlesex, but it's basically that wrist spin option. We've seen him get the nod ahead of De Carey's at the moment. Crucial runs, crucial spell at Glamorgan last week. Well, his helmet took the headlines. It was a solid spell from Higgins that managed to open things up for Middlesex in Cardiff. End of the over here, 100 for 3. 100 coming up with that no ball for Higgins in the over. 6th extra of the innings.
The contrasting ages and stages of the career with Pujara and James Coles. James Coles just 20 years of age. He became Sussex' youngest ever first-class debutant at the age of just 16 a few years ago, and it's been an impressive start to his early career, averaging 36.
A little bit of shape again, but too full on that one from Brooks, and Coles able to lean into it. Another part of the youth production line. It was their last meeting here, ended in a draw. Mentioned the Pujara double century, but Archie Lenham Archie Lenham batting for a long time. Corvallis and Ibrahim as well to hold up Middlesex at a game which really Sussex had dominated in the first innings. The double century for Pujara, 500 on the board. Middlesex had to be careful themselves, but they countered in the end once past the follow-on. Roland Jones thumping an almighty 6 to the big boundary, which basically is the offside as you look at it for Pujara now. And there goes a punch to that boundary. It's a long old chase, one that Nathan Fernandez will not win. Down the hill and gone. Just a little bit of width on this occasion from Brooks. Also that length allowing Pujara to rock back quickly. His double ton set it all up in the end. It was Sussex hanging on last time here at Lord's. Keen to go again, Pujara. Skippering them that day as he was. As I said, there are the two main men really. Liz Deploy, of course, a huge name now for Middlesex, but Higgins' role as all-rounder is massive for Middlesex. Pujara's role as, well, basically Pujara is massive for anybody.
Well, I think where Pujara is so impressive is he makes the bowler play to his strengths. He's so patient outside the off stump, and then when he has that right length, as we saw a couple of deliveries ago, with that back foot punch, trademark shot, or bringing the bowlers to bowl a little bit straighter where he can clip it into the leg side. Got an incredibly patient element to his game.
So, end of the over, 105 for 3. Let's have a look at that wicket that Brooks picked up before the interval again. Tom Alsop caught at third slip by Ryan Higgins. His umpires cam from square leg. Looks great from whatever angle you see it at. Absolutely brilliant piece of work by Higgins. Stunning catch.
I must say as well, I think I owe Tom Alsop an apology because I probably gave him the worst commentator's curse. Just before that ball, I was talking about how patient he'd been in his innings, and then that happened the next up. So apologies, Tom.
Somebody at the pavilion upsetting Coles. One for the over from Higgins as well, but somebody in the pavilion, I think, upsetting Coles. There was somebody still taking their seat down in front of the sight screen there. Good from Higgins. Swinging it back into Coles. This will be an interesting test now. Young 20-year-old against the vast experience of Higgins. The slope at Lords. The movement that the bowler's getting as well through the air. Exaggerated step across from Coles. There's a look at the square leg umpire. I wonder if he was that a little too short again, but Coles going early, getting across his stumps there. I'm sure he'll have been talked through the slope, the fifth stump line, which on most grounds as a batter you're pretty happy. But at Lords, you've got to be wary of it angling back into that off stump. That's a solid defence from Coles. Higgins will be working all this out. Nip it down the slope. Try and nip it away. Start it that a bit wider and then bring it sharply back in again. Can he set up the youngster? There it is. Big boom in him swing. He's done well there, Coles. Gets solid bat on that. Brooks at mid-wicket doing the fielding, but out of the hand, that was big in swing for Higgins. Oh, bumper to end the over. 105 for 3.
Been a busy winter for James Coles as well, making 2 appearances for the England Lions against India A out in Ahmedabad, before appearing in every Sussex first-class game this season so far. Hit 3 half-centuries as well, so he plays an important role in this middle order and also can provide some assistance with the ball.
May as well be the scenes from the Middlesex and Sunrisers players get together. Convivial atmosphere, I mean, of course. up there from Pujara, from Brooks. Pujara equal to. It would have been interesting to see the speed gun on Brooks this week. The speed gun was in action at Cardiff last week. Helm, the quickest of the Middlesex bunch. Harris, the quickest of the match, which surprised a few of us down there in that one. Hitting mid-80s regularly, Harris. Low to mid-80s from Helm. Bamber just touching 80, as well as Higgins. But Brooks, regarded as a man who can really get it through. Gentle fluttering of the MCC pendant atop the grandstands. Not sure how much of a chill effect it'll be having. Temperatures pretty warm out there today. Glorious sunshine, belting down. Always a glorious sight. Shape on that again. Coles has timed that beautifully. That's a really good tumbling stop. No, it's 4. Was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt there, but it did look as though he tumbled over. They couldn't quite flick it back in time, Bamber. No ball called as well, so costly for Middlesex, but just start straighten there. Umpire's arms out quickly, and yeah, Bamber couldn't just quite get it away.
Good honesty there from Ethan Bamber, signalling the boundary 4 straight away as well.
Look at that for timing. If you clip the last one nicely, the timing of that was impeccable.
Yeah, with the short boundary on that side towards the grandstand, there's no room for error, and Henry Brooks just straying a little bit too straight those last few deliveries, and James Coles comfortably flicking away.
Yeah, 10 off the last 2 balls, that over with the no ball. Single in there as well, 116 for 3. Sit down. You won't like him when he's angry. Swing again from Higgins. Pujara taking the single. Fernandez set back. Deep square. Interesting to see the captaincy of Lias Deploy standing at second slip just at the top of the screen. It does seem to me as though when he takes charge there's often a fielder at deep, either point or square. Quickly set back, protecting good balls, those fielders often. Aside from Higgins, just the single. Just looked up the temperature, 18 degrees. Not as hot perhaps as it looks out there, but there is that bit of cloud cover around. Sharp in swing again. It's happening out there for Higgins at the moment.
It does look like a plan to Pujara for Higgins to utilise that in swing and also the slope to try and find that gap in the gate.
It's away with that one. A long half volley from Higgins. maybe the plan was that one held its line and didn't swing. There's that cloud cover we were talking about. Perhaps that's just what's keeping the temperatures down, but it's glorious sunshine at the moment, as it was first thing this morning. A little bit of cloud cover rolled in. There's the occasional heavier one. The forecast is maybe a shower or two over the weekend, but not much. Forecast is that it'll be 21 degrees on Saturday, but then Sunday and Monday 19 and 17. Today's high 18. And yeah, showers potentially on Sunday and Monday. It's that one through, just the single though, the push from Pujara. 14 for him. Coles likewise. Sussex 119 for 3. He's watching the highlight of that wicket of Ryan Higgins from the comms cam, from the umpire's cam.
Yeah, fantastic turnout today at Lord's, as you mentioned earlier, Kev. I think people getting ready for a nice long bank holiday weekend and hopefully see some return visitors.
There's the man that took the catch down low. There's the man that did the damage last week, the 7 for Helm. Let's get in on the wickets this week. Davies taking that fine catch of Clark, bottom edge, or an attempted drive, a flash outside the off stump from Clark. Davies just about able to get the gloves underneath it.
Little bit of bounce there from Henry Brooks. Pujara just getting up on his toes and punching out towards point.
Again, getting a long way across at the moment, Coles. Which is interesting, actually. Middlesex, I'm sure, will be versing themselves in that at the moment. Saw that swinging full delivery, which was called a no ball and was clipped for 4 towards the end of Brooks's last over. It was dug out by Coles, but at the last, the swing was just straightening on the right-hander. Saw that away swing to Pujara before lunch as well. Just wonder at the moment, are they setting up with Brooks? The slope is taking it away from the right-hander. The swing is taking it away from the right-hander. So you just need to find something back up the slope to put a little bit of doubt into the mind of the batters. There's a little bit of doubt in the mind of the umpire. He's just checking the follow-through of Brooks. I did wonder earlier, was there something a little bit more to it? But a butte to Pujara. The umpire did have a brief little nod towards him as he walked back past. I did wonder if there was a little bit more to it, which maybe was the follow-through. Again, outside the off-stump, left alone. Sussex 120 for 3, 20 minutes after lunch. There's the wind coming in from the south, warm southerly few sunbathers on those balconies this weekend, I'd imagine. Long bank holiday. These two will be hoping for a long staycation out in the middle at Lords. Pujara 15, Coles 14. All day to bat. All the time in the world out there, much as it was last time Sussex were at Lords. This feels key at the moment. Higgins and Pujara. Pujara will have his own game. Completely worked out here. Slope as well. Will be of no concern to Pujara. But what can Higgins find? And he'll be looking for something. They won't be waiting on a mistake from Pujara. He'll be thinking this through at the moment. We saw that long half volley in the last over, which maybe was a tempter. This brings that one back in. Be interesting to see Coles again now against Higgins if he does go and set up a long way outside off once more. Try and take LBW out of the equation. You know, if it's inside the line of your eye, you have to get bat on it. Come up's the call for long leg, a little bit too deep, and the deep square as well. Coming up a quarter of the way in, maybe, not quite. AG down to the vacant deep third. There'll be 4 more. Or will it? It's just going to hold up. Coleman retreating to retrieve.
I don't think Higgins will mind seeing that from Coles. Just flirting outside that off stump, finding a thick edge. Keeps Higgins in business.
Exactly that. It's the game of cat and mouse, it feels, at the moment for Higgins and Pujara in particular, but Higgins to Coles. Be keen to find a way, all that experience. A wily bowler as he is. See if he can deceive the youngster, draw him into something. Not as pronounced with his movement now, Coles. Playing that one from within the crease, no real trigger movement across. End of the over, a single to end it. Sussex 1-2-4 for 3. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere as a result in the warm-up match for the World Cup. Ireland beat Netherlands by 3 runs. A certain Paul Sterling captaining the Irish. He'll be necking a few now himself, I'm sure. Somerset in a spot above. They're 95 for 7 at Durham and been put in. No bother there for Coles. Hasn't quite got hold of it. Even down the hill, it wasn't quite timed. Pulled up and they'll take 3. Pushes Coles to 20. Pushing Somerset along. Tom Banson's 29 not out, coming in at number 5. Pretorius with him on 6 now. 3 for Siddle, 2 for Stokes, 2 for Rain. 96 for 7, Somerset. Nicely done again. from Brooks. Pujara watchful, which tells a story. The feeling is that it was right up there, but Pujara setting up for the long game here. Surrey 104 for 5 at Hampshire now. Dawson had taken the first 3 to fall. Abbott and Nisa the other 2 to fall. Smith and Lawrence now gone. Folks still there with Steele. Middlesex man Cameron Steele. And Essex 116 without loss at Canterbury. Brown 41. Dean Elgar has 64. They're still awaiting the starts. Oh, well, they're not. Lancashire, Warwickshire. They haven't started yet. They did make the toss. Warwickshire winning the toss, electing to bat. But Worcestershire, they're off for the day. Never made it to the toss. Stumps are called on day 1 of that game against Nottinghamshire. Brooks just found something here. Found the edge on this occasion from Pujara, but it just feels as though he's warming into this spell once more, much as he did before the interval. Playing it late, over the top of it, angle bat, soft hands, all the things you'd expect from Pujara, but that's the spot that Brooks will want to hang around on. Mark Lane, Middlesex coach, talking to Stephen Eskenazi, the white ball skipper, will be in charge of the T20 team next week. Martin Anderson will be hoping to force his way into the side this year in the limited over competitions. It's good from Brooks again. Watchful, wary, respectful from Pujara. Division 2 then, Derbyshire 145 for 3 at Gloucestershire, Glamorgan 122 for 2 at Leicestershire, and Yorkshire have lost their first wicket. They're 102 for 1. Finley Bean's gone for 18. Bowled by Broad. A little away swing to end the over for Brooks. Pujara 20, Coles 20. Sussex 131 for 3 here on the live enhanced stream from Lords in association with Dafabet. Warm work, drinks already. Quickly through. Throw misses from Brooks. He was keen on it though. It's nice from Higgins. If he can stay there, and then at Lords, there's always something. Ball holds its line, ball nips back in, and then you bring the swing into play. Strays a little too full. Nice Pajara to work with it. Dot ball pushed up to mid-on. End of the over, 133 for 3. Just the 2 off it from Higgins. Tight one again.
It's always fantastic listening and getting the expertise of former players. As when Corey Collymore was up in the commentary box, talking about the importance of hitting the top of off stump, and at Lords using the slope to the effect, as we're seeing Ryan Higgins stay right on the spot. It looks like we have a change in bowling at the nursery end with Ethan Bamber coming back in for his first spell of the second session. Bamber with 1 wicket from his 9 overs so far for 47 runs with 1 maiden.
I think that's what Middlesex will want to improve this afternoon. We saw that huddle when they came out. Just those 2 maidens this morning. Good from Bamber. Solid again from Pajara. Solid start though from Bamber. His second maiden. 10 overs, 1 for 47. Sussex 133 for 3.
And Tom Helm coming in from the pavilion end to replace Ryan Higgins. Looking for another important breakthrough for Middlesex.
Edged away, thick edge from Coles. No deep third. Is that time for a rethink for Middlesex?
Just had a little push at that one, Coles, but all going straight down. No chance of any catch, and a big gap down towards that third man boundary.
Talks about the matchups already. This one looks as though it's one. He won't like the fact he's gone for 4. He won't like the fact Coles has tried to cut him. Let's see, the end of the follow through was just that couple of steps longer from Helm on that occasion. Width from Helm and punished by Coles. Feels like he's looking for that shape outside off stump, but just starting a little bit too wide. Deploys off to have a chat.
Just shaping away up the slope. That's a lovely shot from Coles. If you're going to go hard, and he found some great timing.
Yeah, it's that balance, isn't it, outside off. Where Helm will want to swing it away up the slope, as you say there, which is going to create that doubt. You then get one angling back in, batter leaving alone, 5th, 6th stump at Lords comes crashing back in towards your off stump. Deploy's just dragged in a tighter gully now, 2 slips in a gully. Guided again, as far as backward point, but you can see carrot dangling outside off from Helm at the moment. It's proved costly with the drive for 4. Got the edge for 4 first ball of the over. That's a lovely guide. Vacant deep third. Second time in the over. That region's been found by the outside edge of the bat. Beautifully played by Coles. Played it late. Ran it fine of gully. 12 off the over. 145 for 3.
He's showing his intent here, Coles, as well. Over a runner ball, 33. As Kev mentioned, 12 from the over. Looks like he will follow that dangle of the carrot outside off stump. He wants bat on ball, and it's paying off so far.
array of marks for all the run-ups. All lined up, right arm over, right arm around. Of course, there was a left armour in action for Sussex the last time they were here at Lord's. The Seagulls brought a curry with them, and he went straight through Middlesex. One thing Middlesex haven't had themselves for a while. Regular left armour. James Franklin captain that championship year. Always so useful, a left armour at Lord's.
It'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays throughout the day. I think this morning, after the heavy rainfall during the week, there was definitely some moisture on that pitch early on this morning, but as the sun's baked down, this pitch is starting to look quite flat and a good track to bat on.
Even Pajara gets drawn into them. Tucks the bat away behind, tight to his body again. Naughty little school kid playing a shot he shouldn't have. Really good from Bamba. Nice channel, just asking the question. Interesting to see if he's able to go a little bit tighter now. Let's see what Pajara's response is. Offered a full delivery. Open face from Pajara, long chase for Fernandez, which he will win. He'll be close to running 4 from that, though. It's a comfortable 3. As Pajara virtually walks the 3rd. Keeps the strike. End of the over, 148 for 3. Good start to the afternoon session now for Sussex. What have we had now? 44 minutes. Probably 6 minutes because we started a little bit early with the fall of the wicket before lunch, but Pajara and Cole settling things down. That great opening stand of 50 in no time from Clark and Haynes, and all stopped falling in that last over before lunch. John Simpson in next, Hudson Prentice, Lamb, Carson. We know what Robinson can do with the bat as well at number 10. We know what this man can do with the bat as well after his heroics at Cardiff last week. What can he produce with the ball this week at Lord's? Oh, punished. Pajara puts it straight of mid-on, and mid-on's hurt his left shoulder as well. Double the fall. Brooks, he's picked himself up, looks okay. Full toss start from Helm. He's going for the Yorker. Something we'll see plenty of in the coming weeks. Gun, death bowler, Tom Helm. Slower balls, Yorkers. Bag of tricks in the T20. Middlesex could do with a little bit of magic from him now to get rid of Sussex's superstar. Pajara, 28 from 72. Looking very much as though he's in it for the long haul. Well, that gets through. Davies not able to take it cleanly. Then he come back for 2. It's good running. Alert from Coles. Have a look and see what happened. Ouch. Right onto that left thumb. Just looked as though it wobbled a little on Davies. There's Helm's response. Bang one in short. Looks as though he's okay. Didn't do too much damage. They can be nasty ones for keepers. Thumb pointing towards the ball as it thumps towards the gloves. Runs up behind Helm. Probably a little apology, although it goes down against the keeper, not the bowler, the two byes, but nonetheless got through. Standing at second slip now for Middlesex. There's the drink run on for Pujara.
Yeah, Lords is always a notoriously difficult place for wicket keepers. Navigating the swing, the slope has its effect, and the dip that the ball can take.
Last Helm over that went for 12 with the edge to the deep third, the run to the deep third, the drive going for 12. That pushed these two past the 50 partnership. Getting together at 92 for 3. Rapidly raced them past the 50 partnership in that over. Middlesex be very keen to get that run rate down from 3.75 down to 3 and below if they can. Hard to do with Pujara in the middle though. You'll imagine the runs will tick ever more. Leg side from Bamba. 4 runs for Pujara. It's going a little bit too straight. That was pretty dismissive from Pujara. Back foot, open face, punched away.
Again, a trademark Pujara shot. We've seen a couple of those in his innings today. He's really starting to bed in and look very comfortable now that he's become comfortable with the conditions.
Struggling with his line a little bit here, Bamba. Leg side, offside, leg side. Jara milks the single.
I don't think it'll be too long before maybe the introduction of a bit of spin. Look to change things up in this afternoon session. See if leg spin Luke Holman or Nath Fernandez can get a little bit of grip in this surface.
who's deployed, just settling back into second slip, the stand-in skipper. Just having a chat with Robson, who's at mid-off, or Robson maybe, who was relaying something to the skipper. Middlesex will know it's a crucial moment, this now, the start of the afternoon session, the batting side getting in 3 down at lunch, which makes it pretty even Stevens for the morning. Middlesex would want minimum 3, having put them in the morning. But equally, you hope to follow that up in the afternoon with another 1 at least quickly after lunch to slow things again. Coming up for an hour after the interval. And the hosts still await for a breakthrough in the afternoon. Ooh. Rattles around for Pujara, but plunging forward outside off. Nearly a little bit of a gate showing there from Pujari. Don't say that often.
Nice areas again from Helm. Just found his zone in this over. Helm took 9 wickets in this fixture at Lords in 2022, taking 5 in the first innings, followed by 4 in the second. Be looking to break this partnership here.
That back foot punch again. Stoneman there at points to prevent even a single. A maiden for Helm. His first of the day. Number 35 from 10. Let's have a look at how they've all gone. Higgins the most economical. Usually Bamba's there with him. Brooks started nicely. It's just ticked up a little bit since lunch. Edged, and is he taken? He is. Jack Davies tumbles across. Look at the pat on the shoulder, the pat on the chest. He can't stop patting him, Ethan Bamber. Pats on the back all round from Middlesex. They've made the breakthrough. It's taken a while after lunch, but Bamber on that off stump, just leaving. And a one-handed take in the end. He's done extremely well there, Davies. He's just left Coles enough, and he's found himself almost in no man's land, neither back nor forward. And quite got across to it either, just followed it somewhat. Big breakthrough for Middlesex. Cole's gone for 33. Davies with a stunning catch. Bamber with his second wicket.
And ending a much needed breakthrough, ending that partnership of 72 between Pujara and Coles. The second catch of the game for Davis.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man. We've said that a few times over the years when John Simpson's walked down the steps at Lord's. Usually in Middlesex colours, but this time it's for Sussex, and listen to that reception. Title winner for Middlesex in 2016. Stalwart for 15 years for Middlesex. Very popular player on and off the fields. Here's why he's out there. Just left with a nothing shot in the end. Coles, just a misjudgment from him. Perseverance from Bamber. But now they have the main two in the middle. Pujara's on 38. Simpson facing his former county for the first time. Facing them as captain with his side top of the table. And 164 for 4. Pretty happy with their day so far. But at a crunch point now. Partnership broken. The biggest partnership of the innings so far. Middlesex has been made to wait after lunch. An hour for the breakthrough. They'd dearly love for one to bring two. They've got two slips. And a leg slip in place for Simpson. Deep squares set back. Bamber is around the wicket. Welcome back to Lord's. Full toss. They went for the Yorker. A gentle full toss from Bamber and a single for Simpson to start. 165 for 4.
They're returning John Simpson with 327 runs so far this year, starting with that wonderful 205 not out, averaging 40 at a strike rate of around 56 this season so far. But the Middlesex bowlers will know him better than anyone else.
Tom Helm yet to get on the wickets board today. Now's the time for him. Biggest pairing out in the middle for Sussex as far as Middlesex are concerned. Simpson and Pujara. Look at that one again from Tom Helm. Just whether that was late swing or went off the surface with the slope. Sign again. Let's have a look at that one again, the ball before, which went, just whether it was a late swing adjusted the line or whether it went off the surface from Helm. No, that's right. That was the end. Can you oh, no, I wanted that end, but slowed down. But don't worry, I'll leave it outside. Suggest it was just a little bit of late swing for Helm. And then once it does with the slope, not that Simpson needs reminding of the Lord's slope. All those years behind the stumps at Lord's for John Simpson. Hard to imagine anybody that would know the slope, how it behaves, what it does better than former Middlesex keeper. The bowlers over the years, Finn, Roland Jones, Murtagh, Franklin, as we mentioned, the title year. Helm bowling to him now, and Bamber and co. All the way back at the beginning though, Alan Richardson, Chris Silverwood I think was still around when Simpson started. Now the Sri Lanka coach, of course, at the World Cup coming up, Chris Silver. But yeah, he's seen a few come and go at Lord's. You'll know exactly what to expect of this surface. 165 for 4 at the end of the over. They'll know exactly what to expect from John Simpson. Tim Mercer in the middle. Mike Selvey, old president. First time I've seen him up here. Up on the mic as he was for a couple of years with us as well here as well. Still got the shot. President's on the balcony, or the former president's on the balcony, I should say. There's his throne. Richard Johnson, head coach, standing up. Tim Mercer, the bowling coach. Rory Coots batting. Nice run by Pujara. Get a couple here to move him to 40. Simpson's thinking about a third, it's not there. So Coots batting, but of course Mark Ramprakash, batting coach as well. Coots the assistant coach to Richard Johnson. Tight again on that off stump. Another good over from Bamber, just a couple off it. We've got a 6 baller, 7 baller. maybe they're going to signal or correct or see a wide signal or a no ball. Try again. End of the over. 167 for 4.
That's beautiful, mate. That's really good.
Lovely viewing spot. Made an over last up for Helm, which was his second of the day.
You mentioned John Simpson's average of 40 this season, which is up against his career average of 33, which for a wicketkeeper is pretty impressive. Started the season with that 205 not out, his highest career score, but since then has only managed 15 runs in his last 5 innings. So with his return to his former club, he'll be looking to get back into the runs. Middlesex bowlers will be hoping differently.
That's 10 dot balls racked up for Helm in the last 2 overs. Oh, now inside edge from Simpson. Hands on head for Tom Helm. Single for the former Middlesex wicketkeeper. Very nearly through. No ball last up. Dot ball to end the over. 170 for 4. "19 dot balls in a row for Helm until that single 5th ball of his last over. Helps bring that economy down to 3 for the Middlesex strike bowler. Ryan Higgins starting to warm up. You see at the bottom of the screen there. Well, that's to replace Bamber or to replace Helm, we shall see. Helm replaced Higgins at the pavilion end immediately after lunch. Higgins had a brief stint, then it was over to Helm. Always be remembered for that innings at Somerset. I think John Simpson, more than anything else at Middlesex. Not that anything else he didn't do was outstanding, but that was an incredible moment. 6 to win it. Time running out. The margin's tight. One of those big victories in 2016 saw Middlesex on their way to the title. One of his finest years. Equally had near finest year, or it was statistically, I think, fair to say his finest year was in 2022, sorry. Helped Middlesex to promotion, back to Division 1. I said to him, best year? I said it's hard to top 2016, Kev. It was an incredible year. Division 1, the title. And as he said, Division 1 cricket compared to Division 2, but statistically, Division 2 was his best in 2022. And then last year his last. Nice bit of shape from Bamber, up the slope from around the wicket. Bamber, no. For a moment, he thought, he probably hoped. Past the edge it goes. A maiden over. Very nearly a wicket maiden. Bang. Goes. Holds its line. Simpson having to play at that from around the wicket. Very quick check on the scores elsewhere. Someone said 136 for 8 now. Pretorius has 33 or 45. Banton's gone for 36. Josh Davey with Pretorius now. 3 for Siddle, 3 for Rain, 2 for Stokes. Cogley in that attack as well. That's not a bad attack for Durham at Chesley Street. Surrey are 127 all out at Southampton. Top scorer 33 from Burns at the top, nobody else into the 20s. 5 for Kyle Abbott, 5 for 25, 3 for 21 Dawson. Got it all going the first 3 to go. Michael Nisa 2 for 39. Former Middlesex and Hampshire all-rounder Kevin James will be pretty pleased with his day so far. Although surely Kevin James should be behind the Warner stand with the Middlesex ex-Players Day. Clearly need to book Players Day in future when Kevin James has a day off. Good in swing there for Helm. Kicked back onto the stumps. That would have been a horrible way for Simpson to go on his return. Essex are 162 for 1 now at Canterbury. Dean Elgar stumped by Finch off Parkinson for 77. Brown and Westley together. Some money bumpers from Helm today. Deep square and long leg set back. Pajara making sure his eyes are wide open. A look to the sky. Old Mark Taylor used to walk out to the middle, blinking up to the sky as he emerged from a pavilion to start an innings. Warwickshire 38 for 1 against Lancashire. They've got underway at last. Bringing Division 2 scores next. Punched off the back foot. A few went up in the slips, but away for 4 it is. Mark Stoneman coming to collect. Away it goes. Gully in a backward point, but bisecting them. So 44 Pajara, Simpson on 2 to have strike, 174 for 4. Yeah, Warwickshire 38 for 1, having won the toss at Old Trafford. Delayed start there, and they're off for the day. Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire. That's a toss on day 1. Division 2, Derbyshire 213 for 3 at Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 199 for 3 at Leicestershire. 86 for Eddie Byram. 40 for Root on his return. Just 8 for Labuschagne. Bowled by Curry, the brother of Brad Curry, who took those wickets for Sussex here 2 years ago. And the other game to Seliov, Yorkshire now 144 for 1. At Northamptonshire Live 85. Masood 21. Being the batters to fall to Justin Broad, bowled for 18. Couple of Charlotte Edwards games today. South East Stars are taking on Lancashire Thunder. That game is at Beckenham. Thunder at 68 for 1 in the 9th. 23 for Lamb. Morris has gone for 42. Caught by Barney Smith for the bowling of Moore. Smale has 1. Stars winning the toss, electing to field at Beckenham. Bit of width and punished by Simpson. His first boundary back. Cut late, cut for 4. We saw him beat Simpson in that last over, getting one to go away, but that's starting wide. I'm not even going to hazard a guess. Could get myself into trouble. Go tight in around from Bamber again. Simpson clip him. And that other game, the Charlotte Edwards Cup Sunrisers, of which Middlesex are stakeholders, taking on Southern Vipers at Chelmsford. Stream, of course, available for that one. As soon as we're done here, 6:30 start.
You don't have to make the late run to Chelmsford to get straight across that one, do you, Kev?
With my freelance hat on, I was contemplating it. Solid end to the over, just the 4 off it. 178 for 4. You watch the live stream from Lords in association with Daffabet. He's scheduled for 3:40, all with 32 overs to go, so 14 overs now until the interval. Best part of an hour, as you mentioned, we haven't seen any spin yet, Dom. It's going to be Brooks to come back in, but you'd imagine they'll toss the ball at some point. Although, with Simpson new to the crease, Pajara so key, they're probably going to exhaust these seam options first. First bowl at the pavilion end today for Brooks. 1 for 35 from 7 so far. Right on the spot. Had a couple of overs before lunch where he was getting that ball to shape away from Pajara from the nursery end of the slope. But he was getting it to go through the air. Let's see what he can get after lunch. From the pavilion end, the slope will naturally take it back into Pajara. He's still getting that away swing. It just makes that corridor of uncertainty that little bit wider from the pavilion end. There it is, there's the channel. That's one wall of the corridor. Well, it's field set with a deep square and a long leg. Pajara, expert batter, makes no mistake with that one.
The timing on that pull shot from Pajara, racing away, giving no chance for the deep lying fielders out there. Pajara moving on to 48, 2 runs within his half century.
Single takes him to 49. Putting to bed that run of low scores, you were saying, the 3 in a row. Coming into this game. Nice shot from Simpson up on his toes, punches away, could be a second boundary for him. It is a second boundary. Simpson's into double figures. And he might be into his stride here at Lord's as well. The Sussex skipper returning to his old hunting ground. From Brooks to end the over, back on the spot from around the wicket to Simpson, who looks as correct and as composed as ever. Pujara have strike on 49, Sussex 187 for 4.
You do think as well the experience and knowledge that Pujara and now Simpson must add to this youthful Sussex batting lineup.
I thought you were talking about me for a minute there, Dom.
All the experience and knowledge added to the commentary box.
Fair bit of experience and knowledge in the stands as well. And Mark Lane in the background there as well. Higgins is back. Nursery end. Pujara's on strike on 49. And he's on to 50. Deep point set back. Comfortable push. Single taken. Double ton last time at Lord's. Halfway to a century this time. 103 deliveries. 7 fours. Pujara has a 50.
There's a second half century of the season for Pujara to go along with that. 113 scored against Derbyshire. And he will be... Middlesex bowlers will be starting to have horrible memories from the innings played last year. 2 years ago.
Ooh, didn't quite get up on Simpson. A little bottom edge onto the body. So he attempted the hook. So deliberately looking to chop down on that, it felt. Did that hurt? He's not going to rub it. Time to get the handcuffs out again. And that's nothing to do with the behaviour of the ex-Middlesex players behind the Warner stand. It's the check of the ball. A few former Middlesex players, you could imagine. Let's keep a watchful eye on. Mentioning no names. Nash. bouncer. Loop on that one. Deep square setback and a long leg, so I thought perhaps Simpson's got a wry smile on his face. Middlesex will know their tactics against Simpson pretty clearly, and Simpson will know that they know.
Yeah, you can't say that one really zipped through from Higo there, but it's the effort that counts.
So no replacement ball yet. The ball passed through the handcuffs.
Greg would be up for the challenge. know your camera person. Come on, Greg, find us a sleep. He did get some hotties on there earlier.
Who's upsetting? John Simpson or Pajara or both? Sit down, sit still, budge along. Good from Pajara. Drops the single. Holman comes around. Not so happy bunny, shall we say. Just fine with the fielder. That scampered single, Holman was... That was the last one. We'll come back to it. That's run nicely again. No deep third, so it's a long chase for deep point. Or second slip, retreating. Lewis Deploy getting there ahead of Ethan Bamber, who made the run from deep points. 2 to end the over. Simpsons on to 12, Sussex 191 for 4. Is this the Luke Holman charges in here. It's a well-run single. What was he upset about? The pick-up, the turn. Something. I don't know whether it was. He was disappointed it wasn't backed up so he could release the throw. That was a good view of the pitch just over the shoulder of Pajara there a moment ago as well. It's really looked a good deck and it's played that way so far today. As I say, a really nice looking surface. It was immediately apparent today. Colour of it, texture of it, all look good. It's played nicely as well. There's been some pace in it, some bounce. Middlesex got movement through the air. There's not been too much seam movement. No grass on the surface at all. As they always used to say, if it seams, it will spin. It hasn't seemed so far, so we'll have to wait and see what that means for the spinners.
Did he just give you the finger? Did he flip you the bird? He's on shot, he's just like pointing. Is it great?
But yeah, I think Middlesex could get through, then they'd really look at this. Sun on it today, sun on it again tomorrow. Day 2, best day to bat on a surface generally. But they've got to get past these two. They've got to make a breakthrough in this partnership. And 2, so much the danger men. Solid from Pajara. Fielded at cover. There's a short cover, an extra cover. That's extra cover. Stoneman doing the fielding. Short cover. Short cover there is Luke Holman just tossing the ball up to mid-off Sam Robson. So it's a tightly knit offside field now. Good this from Middlesex, from Lewis Deploy. And there's the in-swinger to Pajara. Got it well set on the offside. That was a good ball from Higgins as well with the 6-3 fielders. They've got it set. Pajara knows it's going to be kept out offside. Rather than leg side, but the in-dipper was well deployed by Higgins. There's the one that holds its line. Setting the trap. Higgins is a man that can bowl to a field and will hold this trap, will hold this position for Middlesex now. That run rate that has never really dropped below 3.5. Now's the time. Might be the way to break this partnership. And again from Higgins. There is that little gap there just to open the face. Fine of the short cover Holden. Deep point set back, so it's a single to end the over. 192 for 4.
He's got through 16 overs now. Ryan Higgins, again showing the need for that genuine all-rounder position that he holds. An economy rate of just above 2, so he's really doing a good job for the Middlesex bowlers today, chipping in with that important wicket of Tom Clark at the top of the order. It'll be Henry Brooks to continue from the pavilion end.
The shape away from Brooks. Can't really set an offside trap for Pujara with the bowling from the pavilion, and that short boundary, and that's almost a forward defence for Pujara into the offside. To pick up the boundary, either side of Holman there, so he's got his work cut out. There's a deep point just out of shot. 5 on the offside, 4 on the on. A mid-on and a mid-wicket in shot, deep square and long leg out of shot. And that's where Brooks is going to try to hold it, that if you're taking her on the offside, it's dropping the single to deep point. Deep point's a protective position. They're not wanting to give Pujara the single, let him rotate the strike, but it is protective. Such a short boundary. The orthodox fields to Simpson as well. They have got 2 set back catching on that short leg side boundary. Ouch, that's hurt. Kicks the ball away. Take a little bit of that anger out, a little bit of the pain out on the ball. See if he can take any of the anger out on Simpson. Offered up there and driven away. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. 4 more for John Simpson. Sussex close on the 200.
It's a beautiful shot from the left-hander there. Henry Brooks pushing it up. Simpson's technique and timing absolutely perfect. Picking the gap, and that ball reaching the boundary rope. Simpson onto 16.
Sun just breaking through again, a little bit of cloud cover for a moment.
Sorry, I thought Greg was a centre attacker. Well, that's didn't really matter. Sorry, I should have just
Bit of shape away from Brooks to end the over. 5 off it. 197 for 4. There's those clouds we were talking about, just building up behind the pavilion. There's a little patch of blue above the Warner, just in the top right of the screen. But mostly cloud cover all around otherwise. Glimpse of sunshine for now though. There's that offside. Stoneman collecting the ball. Just full of length, just outside off. That's where Higgins is going to operate now. Try and bring those slips into play. Is Deploy going to go back to a tight second? It looks as though he might be slipping a gully now, and that's to do, I'd imagine, with the pace. We haven't particularly seen much fly to second so far. So yeah, slip in a gully, short cover, extra cover. That's mid-off Sam Robson. Deep backward point protecting that short boundary, sorry, that large boundary to the offside. Oh, time to have a look again. That's where Brooksy kicked it last over. Didn't kick it hard enough. Kick it harder next time, Brooksy. Would have been fun if he'd have taken the wicket with that one.
It's definitely been a common theme this season since using these Dukes balls now. Most games they're being looked at very regularly, and a lot of ball changes we've seen in previous games as well.
He's either very happy or he's incredulous. I can't decide which. Indipper again. He's certainly getting movement with this ball. 56th over we have seen with this batch this year. And you mentioned there changing of balls this season. This season's batch, it seems though they come to life after 10 overs, but then they go again, seem to have a second wind around this stage. I've noticed a lot of swing later in the innings or later in its lifespan of 80 overs for this ball. No ball called. Over 8's -1, so Higgins comes charging back. And he's just added another one to the day's tally. Eight overs to tea, half an hour, so around 4 o'clock. With around 8 overs to go until tea, Pajar and Simpson look to be bedding in, make sure they get through the remainder of this session unscathed. But one more wicket for Middlesex here will make this day pretty much even going into the final session. Blooming him swing there. Just as we said, this ball does seem to get a second wind around this time. 50, 60 overs. All of a sudden just starts to doing a bit again. Look at that go. Into the 57th, maiden for Brooks. 199 for 4.
Higgins now coming around the wicket to try and change things up. Put Pujara off. And returned with the always solid block.
Trying everything here against Pujara, aren't they? He had those 2 close catches on the offside. Now the mid-wicket. Still 2 behind the stumps alongside the keeper catching. Deep backward point out of sight. Oh, wow. Now that was an interesting use of the feet from Pujara, nearly exposed the leg stump. Nearly brought Davies into play. Goodness me. Had he not have got something on that, could have been in big trouble. Pujara, very nearly. A strangle for Davies.
That boundary bringing up the 200 for Sussex.
Good finish from Higgins, good over. 4 for Pujara. Very nearly brought his downfall. 203 for 4. 6 to tee. Simpsons have strike. It's got that run rate down to 3.5 now, Middlesex. How much can they bring it down to 3? 7 overs without a boundary till Pujara clipped that one fine. It's the wicket of Coles. Missing a boundary there for Simpson. Must be a mistake on this. Why is that not showing the Simpson drive for 4? Let's recheck my stats live on air. I love stats. End of the 44th over. Bamber to Coles out 43.5. No boundary in the 45th, 46th. There's a jump. There we go.
We won't blame you, Kev.
This is why I don't do stats.
Looks like Luke Holman may be starting to turn his arm over, whether that's an instruction from the captain or trying to get the captain's attention. Maybe we'll have a little look at some spin before tea. One short ball for the over from Henry Brooks. Pujara making it look like he's got all the time in the world watching that one fly past his eyes.
So 4 for 4. End of the 59th. So 21 overs to the second new ball. 5 overs to tea. 0 hours to beer o'clock. Over the wicket again to Simpson. Just the one slip now. The deploy will tighten up again. I'll stay at gully, we'll see. Oh. Around the wicket for Simpson. For Higgins. Working their way as best they can. Shades of the 2022 match for Pujara at the other end, 57 from 131. Methodically building his innings. It's good from Higgins again, around the wicket. Angled it back to that off stump. Rueful smile.
So you could say partly comfortable leave from Simpson. Maybe he knows the ground so well. But that did not go past the off stump too far. Coming back down the slope, and that swing from Higgins.
Good stop. Davies has done well there, low down. Ball's moving away down the slope as well as dying on him. Managed to smother it. Deny any buys at all. 2:04 for 4, end of the 60th, 4 to tee. These two will have their mind on tee. Pretty much from now. See it through to the interval. Get through the start of the evening session and then go again. I'd imagine both of them would like to be there to see off the second new ball. Still 20 overs away, 16 overs after tea for it. Bowler's bar again. They're having a look. People on the move down below the bell. She's rung this morning. Sit down. Start from Brooks. Just outside off. The usual suspects on the move in the bowler's bar and just below. I think it was below the bowler's bar, in fairness. Busy pavilion in the background. Weighted heavily to one side of the pitch, up towards the north turret. Towards the writer's room and the bowler's bar, as we mentioned. You can see the emptier side of the pavilion a long way away from the track over there, just in front of the Middlesex committee room. I want to stand to be a lovely spot to view today as well. Not far from in line. Majestic view of the ground from over there. That's our view, and the top tier of the Compton there as well, sitting almost perfectly in line if you snuggle up on one side. Just the single, 2 set back. Sussex have been racking up the dot balls. "13 dot balls before that single. 21 to take a wicket, the Aussies tell us. Single 20 over, 206 for 4. 3 to tee.
And the introduction of spin. First time seeing spin in this match will be the left arm of Nathan Fernandez from the nursery end. See if he can prompt a full shot from either John Simpson or Cheteshwar Pujara as we approach tee. And a first look to see if this track may turn.
T20 appearances last year as a bowler, played as a batter this year, and impressed with that century at Northamptonshire. It's kept him in the side. In some ways, it's almost Fernandez's performances that have pushed to Carey's out. Finger spin option alongside the wrist spin option of Holman. Block hole, but wide. 10:28 in April, just after he scored that century. So one first-class wicket to his name. Picked up a wicket in the match against Leicestershire, last up here at Lords. Tom Scriven caught Holden for 46. The number 10. Simpson able to snap the wrists on that one. Powerful drive away. Just a single. Dot ball to end the over. Fernandez to Pujara. I'm sure it'll be a moment for him playing against the Indian great. Borden injuring himself. 207 for 4. We have 2 to tee. And spin at both ends. Luke Holman takes off the cap.
Holman coming into the attack for the first time in this game off the back of a very strong performance down in Cardiff against Glamorgan, picking up 7 wickets in the game.
Oh, full bunger. Just a single. The field well set. There's Fernandez, who's finger spinning from the nursery end with the wrist spin of Holman from the pavilion ends.
Those are such good shots. Those are the best shots we've had.
Googly to Pujara.
I think it's because of the backdrop is why it looks so good. The backdrop from there, it just looks amazing.
Darts that one down, a comfortable tickle for Pujara, just the single. Just the one over for Holman before tea. One more to come after this. So last ball of his 1 over afternoon spell. Just the single, 3 off the over. 210 for 4, 40 away from a batting point. Middlesex 2 wickets away from a second bowling point. 1 over to tea, 17 overs to the second new ball. Just about to hit 4 o'clock. So tea 20 minutes late. Might see a little bit of spin after the interval, we'll see. Snap of the wrists again from Simpson, just the single. Nice bit of flight there from Fernandez. 3 more to tea, 3 more to Pujara perhaps. Nope, single taken, back to Simpson.
It's very much becoming the visitors' session. Yeah, 120 runs now added since lunch, just for the loss of the 1 wicket.
Tea approaches, 1 delivery, field coming up. Short mid-wicket, just out of shot. Everybody on the single bar deep cover. Solid from Simpson. As it has been at Lords for many years from the left-hander. He's 22 from 65. Pajara, though, 60 from 142. Keeping Middlesex at bay. 212 for 4 at tee. And what was Middlesex's session just about in the morning. Certainly the afternoon belongs to the visitors. Just the 1 wicket down, that wicket of Coles for 33. Caught Davies off the bowling of Bamber. A couple in the match so far for Bamber. Middlesex have toiled away. Haven't quite managed to push home the 3 in the morning session. A couple of wickets for Davies behind the stumps. He's done well. His predecessor standing in front of him for much of that afternoon session. 212 for 4 it is then. We'll be back 4:21 here on the live stream. Myself, Kevin Hand and Tom Ford. But tea at Lords. And plenty to happen. Plenty to come in the afternoon session. The home side will hope. Sussex will hope for a very quiet evening session. We'll wait and see. We'll be back here after tea with Sussex on 212 for 4. But for now, from the live enhanced stream at Lords, we'll take tea. Starting with a few words from the sponsors.
Eskenazi, outstanding.
And bowls him! He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Incredible moment, absolutely incredible moment. That was as good a piece of fielding as you will see on any ground in the world. Nice from Holman, really nice. 6 runs, beautiful. Wow, what a shot that is from Cracknell. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. Final session of the first day coming up. Umpires are early. So are the players. Got another minute before play to begin. It's quite out the ground staff. Only just got off the fields, tending to one of the surfaces away at the lower end of the square. But the umpires, the players are ready to go. Middlesex will hope that man's not fully ready to go just yet. Pajara, 60 from 142, setting up. John Simpson at the other end. A danger man. It's going to be another over for Luke Holman after tea. Just the one before the interval. Going for 3 runs. It's a nice little use of the feet and a clip, but a fine stop by Higgins. That's what Middlesex need. They've got to be tight. They've got to be on it against these two. Drag down. Just a single, though. Holden's back there.
Can we get a wide shot over the top of the pavilion of the grey skies?
Nice one, slides across from Holman. A little bit of width again. Gets through Bamber at backward point. Pick up a couple. Simpson's on to 24. Sussex 215 for 4. That run rate down to 3.3 is as low as it's been. Middlesex will look to bring it ever downwards. But a big part of that will be breaking this partnership. Sky's just thickening up behind the pavilion, behind the Warner. Greyer skies glooming over Lords at the moment. Might be a bad time in the second new ball comes around for Middlesex with a bit of seam. There's going to be a bit of seam after tea, though. Back to Tom Helm from the nursery end. And a first look at the ball. Yep, over they go. Chance to mention after tea. The live in heart stream from Middlesex, in association with Daffabet. Brought to you myself, Kevin Hand. Don Ford's alongside me on the mic. Yep, the handcuffs reveal we need a new ball.
While the umpires are looking at the new ball selection, we can have a look around what's going on around the grounds. In Division 1, Durham have bowled Somerset out for 171 and are just about to begin their first innings. 3 wickets for Peter Siddle and 4 for England captain Ben Stokes. Hampshire are batting 32 for none, having bowled Division 1 leader Surrey all out for 127. Kyle Abbott running through the Surrey tail end for a collapse there. Essex 194 for 3 against Kent, while Warwickshire are 73 for 1 after that delayed start in Manchester. Looking at Division 2, Derbyshire 291 for 3 against Gloucester. Matt Lamb has reached his century, 126 not out, while Brooke Guest is approaching that century on 95. Glamorgan 254 for 6 against Leicester, the only other team to not have a defeat this season so far, Leicestershire. And in Northants, Yorkshire are 204 for 2, with Adam Live reaching a century of 109 before being caught and bowled by Luke Proctor.
Here's Helm then with the replacement ball. A little bit of movement and a single for Pajara.
And just to finish up in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, Lancashire Thunder finished on 139 for 7 from their 20 overs, and the South East Stars are 24 for 2 from 5 overs. Sunrisers face Southern Vipers tonight at 6:30, with the stream following the conclusion of day 1 here at Lord's.
Shape down the slope again from Helm. And a chat for Simpson as well. To the legs, I think about 2. Holden Fernandez indeed at deep square, just a single. Ooh, that's the kind of movement Middlesex will want to see. Up there on the off stump, and that'll be problems. Just swung before pitching, and then it was off down the hill. Shape again, just starting wide enough to be a comfortable lead. 2 off the over, 2:17 for 4, 30 overs to go. The opening day.
Just having a look at some of the head-to-head stats here between Middlesex and Sussex at Lord's. So 101 games played, with Middlesex winning 51 of those. Sussex winning 16 with 34 draws and 2 abandoned. Any of those games stand out to you, Kev? Surely the 2022 fixture must have been a pretty good one.
Yeah, absolutely. 2022, the 200, a couple of collapses in there. Sussex holding on at the end after such a dominant start, which I'm sure Middlesex will be hoping will be the way in this one, because it's looking dominant at the moment for Pajara and Simpson. Just goes to show you can never fully predict a game or feel easy in first-class cricket. Another one slips out from Holman. And Simpson sends it down the throat. A no ball called. Can you believe it? Oh, goodness me. full bunger to deep mid-wicket. The umpire has called a no ball. Height on that one. Simpson survives. Gentle little push into the offside for Pujara. We'll have a look in a moment at that no ball. Yeah, disappointment for Holman. Simpson, did he know? Swung himself off his feet nearly. Probably realising it's a free hit as such, the no ball. Pujara using the feet again. Picking out Stoneman in there at cover. Caught off a no ball, but it was. Would he have played the shot? It's caught off a front foot no ball, isn't there? A overstepping no ball, and then there's been caught off a waist high full toss. It's almost a shoulder high full toss, that one from Holman.
I remain adamant that the full toss is the hardest shot in the game, the hardest ball in the game to hit.
Little clip fine from Pujara. Picks him up a couple. Here it is. I mean, it's nearly neck height, isn't it? From Holman. Chest height, certainly. I wonder at what point Simpson knew he was okay. It looked like disappointment at first, but maybe disappointment that he hadn't connected for the 6. Nearly swung the bat out of his hand.
Going baseball style with that shot there was Simo.
Two for 4. 12 overs after this, that second new ball. I'd imagine at the moment Middlesex will be hoping it comes around pretty quickly and cheaply. But equally these two, Simpson and Pujara, be thinking about being there in 12 overs time, playing themselves in for it. can always fancy at Lords. The slope will just keep you interested. Just darts in again.
I always feel that's part of the challenge for the batter here at Lords, is learning how to navigate the slope. But John Simpson, after all the time spent here, will know the slope like off the back of his hand. Some pigeons on the pitch.
No comment.
Trying to disrupt all the good work that the ground staff put in.
Not the promiscuous pigeons of the last round. After the last match here, it's probably a best bet not to linger on the pigeons for too long at Lords. Must be something in the food.
I think I'd also be wary if I was the pigeons. That getting dangerously close to sort of in a silly mid-on, silly mid-off position there.
Nice looking shot, just a single.
Yes, the one he's got at the moment, can you zoom out here to give that big perspective of looking at the background? Might work better with the quicks because he's got longer time in for the run-ups and the spinner.
End of the 69th, 2-2-6 for 4. Pajara 66, Simpson 28. That run rate's creeping down, 3.2, lowest it's been in the day. But again, these two are setting themselves up. Top deck, pretty busy, has been all day. Feels like a few might have gone inside with the sun. Disappearing behind the cloud, they've disappeared behind the glass in the pavilion. Nice little clip for a single for Simpson.
That shot, they just had Simpson there. They could practice it. So it's just the batsman strikes. It's batter, just send it there, 2 mil. And then what's another try over as well? Yeah, and then zoom out, get the big backdrop behind him. Or start wide and come in, but I don't know, probably easier to go in and come out. It might be too difficult with the bowler, but it's worth a try. We'll try on the batter first, I guess.
Tight from Helm again. Good economy here. 3, just below at the moment.
Does it need to be the left-hander on strike? It might work with Jara, but it might need to be the left-hander. If you do it with the right-hander, you'll get the slips in. So it might be worth it with the right-hander as well.
Yeah. So do you see when he's settling down now, that shot just when he starts to settle down, you start to work. So you get the slips in the background and perspective, the backhand. Because what you don't get with the bowler is the slips, and what you don't get with the left-hander is the slips. So although you get the left-hander's face. Just a single off the over. Helm keeping it tight. 2-2-7 for 4. Patience game at the moment. Pujara and Simpson persevering for Sussex, looking to set their side up here. Stuck in by Leas Deploy in the foregrounds. Sussex's star batter and keeper in the foreground, and skipper. Middlesex's skipper and star batter and keeper also there as well.
That's what I was saying, maybe the batter will work, but
it's a little short. Allows the single for Simpson. He's into the 30s. 2 set batters now.
see, there we go. If he's on yeah, when it's the yeah. No, I don't think it will for the spin. But yeah, try the batter.
Feels like Pujara's milking this at the moment. But equally Middlesex thinking about the second new ball, and they're thinking of that run rate. Down to 3.2. Scampered and through. This is what Sussex can do nicely now up until the second new ball. Just keep it ticking with the singles, keep it rotating, right-handed, left-handed. Frustrate Middlesex. 66 the partnership now for the 5th wicket. Looking with that angle out to deep cover. Backward points Holden, prevents the single. Nice googly from Holman. Bit of grip there down the slope for the googly. Sun's peeking through for that top tier again. It's at the back of the pavilion now, so anybody at the front not getting that warmth. Head to the back and you get a bit of it, so I think that's why it looks like it's thinned out a little bit. That middle balcony as well won't be as warm with the lower tier. Chandeliers on in the committee room. I was going to say it'll be lights out soon in the bowler's bar, but that might be a little bit harsh. 2:30 for 4. 9 overs to the second new ball.
He's got to do it before he settles down. He's got to do it now. Be on it. So if he just holds them as he starts to settle, when he goes now, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Right up there from Brooks. Stoneman's well positioned at cover. It's the block in. Sun's out again. Glimpses now through the cloud cover.
Nice one, Mark. No, it's nice, isn't it? Certainly, can you imagine if the bowler's running in and he's running towards the camera? Yeah. Isn't it good? This is maestro stuff from you at the back of the moment.
A little bit of in-dip from Brooks, but into the slot for Simpson just to drop the single. Hardy Souls in the Allen stand behind Simpson there. Furthest stand away from the action. Opening this one, the Middlesex room in there as well. Oh, brings that one back in. Going down.
That's the first delivery that looked like it slightly troubled Pujara for quite a while. This might give Brooks a bit of hope.
Gets that one through, beautifully timed, lovely clip. He's into the 70s, Pujara. End of the over, 2:35 for 4.
It's a lovely shot from Pujara, just flicking that back leg up, playing through mid-wicket away to that short boundary.
short and dragged down from Holman. Eyes lit up for a moment from Pujara, but equally I think not wanting to give that away too easily.
From this end, that floodlight above the wall has got the sun glinting fair. I don't know whether it works.
It's nice from Holman. That's where he wants to leave it. Doesn't miss out this time, just a single though. Deep mid wicket is Fernandez. Ooh, shot short on that one again. Doesn't really get up from Holman. Nearly took a wicket with the bad ball earlier, but the full bunger was a no ball and Simpson was reprieved. 33 for Simpson, 72 Pujara, 237 for 4 Sussex. 7 to that second new ball. Just 23 overs remaining today. Sussex's day at the moment. Little glint of sunshine we could just about see from our lofty position in the media centre. No need for those floodlights to come on. The glint of light on them is purely the reflection of the sun.
When you look over the course of a 4-day game, coaches and players often talk about the mini sessions, and this definitely feels like one of those now. Like you say, 7 overs to go until the new ball. If Middlesex can grab 1 or 2 wickets now, really bring them straight back into this game.
Just tickle him. Quite content to do so at this stage. This pair, experienced pair. They know they're mounting the pressure on the hosts, and if they can get through that second new ball, the pressure really does heap to the side who won the toss this morning, Middlesex. Got to back it up with the ball now. Hanscom returned with a century here for Leicestershire last week, former Middlesex captain 2 weeks ago. John Simpson returning to where he spent the majority of his career. Is he set for a big one back against his former county? There's the Simpson hook. Familiar sight that. Front knee raised. There it is, just on cue.
Nice one, mate.
Good from Brooks, just 2 off the over. Middlesex trying to bring that run rate down. Simpson and Pajara won't be perturbed by the run rates at all at the moment. If Middlesex aren't taking wickets, then the best they can do is lower that run rate as dramatically as they can. 239 for 4. Nice start from Holman. Lands that exactly where he wants it to Simpson. Can he get one to slide away the googly down the slope? Push the single. Slightly deeper mid-on. Yeah. Snooze watch. Good over again from Holman. Can he get out of it now? Or do better? Really good over from Holman. Just 2 off it. 1 for 22 from his 7. Yeah, going along at 3s. That's what Middlesex want now. Try and get it down below. 241 for 4. No afternoon sleepers. Or evening sleepers indeed. Maybe it's gone past the time for sleep. Can we spot any? Probably too much conversation in the pavilion for anybody to be able to doze off. Good crowding for this one. Good atmosphere. Now down the leg side. Belated from the bowler. Davies joined in. It was Deploy who went first.
It felt like an appeal more of hope than anything else for the little strangle down the leg side. Maybe a flick off the thigh pad or trousers or Pajara. Good take again from Davis though. He's kept well today.
Yeah, he's been outstanding behind the stumps so far this season. Certainly worth marking that. We've got that name in shot there in the foreground at the bottom of the screen. 35 not out at the moment. Number 9 on his back, Simpson. Jack Davies come in and has gone quietly about his business. A bit like a football referee. Wicket keeper, you know they're doing well when you don't notice them. Oh, very good from Brooks. Hangs his head back. Really good from Brooks. Sliding down the slope.
There's an important knock from Davis in that final innings against Glamorgan as well. He finished with 22 not out from 77 deliveries, but wickets tumbling around him, and in a pressure situation, being not out at the end there and getting the win over the line with Tom Helm would have done in the world of good for confidence with the bat.
Gives you a good idea of the weather behind the weather mast, Old Father Time. It's a mixed skyline, no rain though. End of the 76 now. 4 to that second new ball for Middlesex. Brooks very nearly bringing a mistake from Pajara. Still can't find a sleeper. Fully entertained clearly today by what's going on in front of them, and absolutely so. Class acts in the middle, Simpson and Pajara.
You can't sleep through a top of the table clash. All eyes on every single ball over these 4 days, hopefully. A little short from Holman, well cut by Pajara, finding the sweeper out on the point boundary for a single.
Use of the feet from Simpson. Slams it straight over Robson at mid-off. The deep mid-off as well in case Simpson scoops it up. Almost flat-batted that slap. I'd have enjoyed that one. I wonder how much chatter there is behind the stumps there from Jack Davies to the man he's replaced. Oof. Those hands were only ever going up in protection from Holman there. Hard, powerful bottom hand of Simpson, as you always has had. Slide that googly past the outside edge. Five off the over. Counter attack from Simpson. Ahead of that second new ball. 2:47 for 4. 3 runs for a batting point for the visitors, put in at Lords this morning.
A score of 39 not out from John Simpson is his third highest score of the season so far, following that impressive 205 not out and a 78 against Gloucester at Hove. It's been a lean run of scores in recent weeks, but he certainly looks to be finding his form again, does John Simpson.
.77 for Pujara. Almost inevitable, these two at Lords, isn't it? Pujara and Simpson searching three figures. Talking of three figures, century stand not far away, 84 for the fifth wicket. .50 stand for the opening pair. 50 last up for Coles and Pujara, now another 50 partnership for Pujara and Simpson. Middlesex toiling since that third wicket that fell just before lunch, ushering lunch indeed. When Allsop nicked off and Higgins took a stunner. Three go down, clutching on the leg side. Simpson gets in solidly behind it. There's those close catches on the onside. So slip remains in place. Leg gully, advanced short leg, short mid-wicket. Short straight mid-wicket, Simpson as Robson as well for Simpson. There's blue skies behind us. It's been and gone though. Slow ball from Brooks. Does the next one go quickly in towards the Chester Simpson with that leg side field? Full and straight instead. End of the over. 2 to go to the second new ball. It's felt like a slow countdown for Middlesex with this partnership going so well. 248 for 4. And there's that run rate down to a 3.1 figure for the first time. Those figures in the runs column looking pretty good for Sussex. Disappointed at the top, Clark and Haynes, they weren't able to take it on. Good starts, get past 50. Only Pujara's been able to do so, and that's the key now for Sussex, is taking it on and somebody going big. One of those where you can look back on the innings and say so many got in but nobody went big. Second new ball could be decisive with all of that for the Middlesex bowlers. Just a fraction short. And Bajara rock back. Ledgy, Simpson gets that one away. I'll get him into the 40s. Nice from Holman again. We'll get through for the single. One over to the second new ball. These two setting themselves up, setting their side up. Batting point on the board for Sussex at 252 for 4. 30 overs with the bonus points still in play. Another look at spin before that second new ball becomes available. Fernandez back into the attack. None for 3 from 2 this morning. Short mid on in place for Simpson, just to see if he chips anything with that bottom hand back. Max Holden in there. Ooh, full bunger. Little tuck around the corner for Simpson. And get carried away with it just to steer. Shuffle. Bajara, just a single. couple of subfielders by the looks of it warming up in the background. Stephen Eskenazi and I think it was Martin Anderson with him. Yeah, it's Anderson and Eskenazi ready to come on. Mark Lane sat down there in the middle. End of the over, 80 bowls, second new balls available. There's Anderson and well, Anderson on first, Eskenazi as well, who's going off. Luke Holman after his spell. Off he goes. It looks as though Eskenazi's going to stay off and it'll be Anderson alone to come on. There's Blake Cullen, is it? No, it's not. It's Sussex sub running on the drinks. Speaking of drinks, Tavern could have a busy night ahead tonight.
Has he signalled it? Has he signalled it? Has he signalled it? Where's it gone? Bowler's got it.
New ball signals. And the new ball's in hand for Ethan Bamber. There it is. Shiny cherry, ready to go. No time like the present for Middlesex.
There are just some slightly darker clouds lingering overhead as well, so this is a good opportunity for Middlesex to fight themselves back into this day with the new ball. 16 overs remaining in the day's play. Can Ethan Bamber find that important breakthrough?
Punched away, a little bit of width from Bamber. Sweeper's back though. Timed by Pajara. Good from Bamber, right up there under Pajara's nose. 2:56 for 4. First over with the second new ball. So Tom Helm from the nursery end. Bamber 2 for 68 from 17. Helm yet to get it on the wickets today, but he's bowled well.
Perfect, good man.
Right on the spot from Helm to start. That's where we want to stay. This is the moment now for Middlesex. Bamber and Helm. Second new ball in hand. They might turn 1 into 2 quickly, but getting that 1's going to be the hardest part right now. If they can, there's a reward to be reaped and a day still to be won.
Now Middlesex will be hoping for another late in the day fire spell from Tom Helm, as per the Glamorgan game where he picked up a handful of late wickets on in the day. If he can produce the same here, he'll bring Middlesex right back into this day and try and get on top heading into day 2.
That's where he wants to be, Helm. Martin Anderson the sub. Johnny on the spot for his skipper, Elias Deploy. Yes and no, there's a slight hesitation, but they get through. Good call. Felt like it was Pujara that called Simpson through, either that or Simpson was just hesitating to make sure Pujara was okay. Shape again, just starting wide enough though for Chara to comfortably leave. 2:57 for 4. Be very happy with the match position. The Starman and the skipper. Feeling control right now. Nothing of great alarm with the second new ball just yet, but Middlesex will know, tighten it up, keep it on that off stump. Usually something will happen, especially here at Lord's. With the slope, if you're there, thereabouts, there's usually a little bit of movement that will just bring you into play. on the spot, Bamba. A little leg side from Bamba, but field set. 6-3 fields. Stoneman at mid-wicket. Mid on in place as well. There's a deep backward square leg, protecting that short boundary. Give the treatment. Width from Bamba. And a response from Simpson. He's on to 49. .36 in July, John Simpson. 11 first-class centuries, 53 first-class 50s. Not the time to drop the bat. Pigeons are on the move again. Seagull getting rid of the pigeons. And he's still on 49. 261 for 4. 10 centuries for Middlesex, 1 for Sussex. 52 50s for Middlesex, 1 for Sussex. And that average of just over 33. Boosted up a little bit with the unbeaten 205 Red Inca earlier this season. Too straight from Helm, brings Simpson back on strike.
And that single takes Pujara to 500 first-class runs against Middlesex. Only done in a very small handful of games. I think he must enjoy seeing that Middlesex fixture approaching.
When I first started doing this job, John Embry said visiting players liked visiting Lords a little bit too much. There's the single and there's the 50. John Simpson back at Middlesex, back at Lords, and he has a half century. Chanceless against his former county. 50 for 130 balls, 5 fours. An outstanding knock in a partnership currently worth 99 with Pujara. Brilliant from Simpson. Is he nailed on for the century as well?
He's looked very composed since coming to the crease on a track that he knows very well. It's been a wonderful knock by the now Sussex captain.
And there's the century stand. Came together when Coles was out. 33, caught Davies off Bamba. 64 for 4. Century stand in 242 deliveries. 50 for Simpson, 44 of them for Pujara.
It's been an eventful over in terms of milestones, the last 3 balls.
As far as 3 deliveries go, there are 3 pretty good ones. Lift for Helm. A cut for Simpson. Was it to hand for Holman? He got something on it, all right. Holman's going off. Should Simpson have been going off? He's got 3 for it, Simpson. There's Holman. Yes. I'll be disappointed he didn't hold on there, Holman. First chance offered by Simpson. There we go. Oh, he's going to be disappointed he shelled that one. He's a good fielder, bucket hands, Holman. Big chance, first chance that Simpson's offered.
Just looked like it burst through his hands there. One of those that catches the end of the fingers and can do some damage.
Floodlights on. Will we see the remaining 12 overs today? The natural light's overtaken at the moment. Can see the foreshadows on the players. There they are, quite bright. Can a shadow be bright? Quite pronounced.
Again, maybe an opportunity here for the Middlesex bowlers to claw themselves back into this day. The floodlights coming on could add a little bit of zip with that new ball. You really feel Middlesex need a couple of wickets here if they're to call this day even.
Very good from Bamba. Beats the edge. I said that too many times to Simpson in this 53, 133 deliveries. This one beat the edge all right. Just gets it to go down the slope from around the wicket. Well, that's fine. And worked 4-4. How much will Simpson make Middlesex pay for that drop catch?
Just straying in line there, Ethan Bamber, and tickled nicely round the corner by John Simpson, down to that vacant fine leg position.
Standing up tall, Simpson. Right in behind that one from Bamba. Single ball for Simpson to end the over, 272 for 4. Bit gloomy over the back of the pavilion and over the back of the Warner as well. You can just see that dark cloud at the top left of your screen there. That's pretty much a line of it all across, just out of shot above the top of the screen. That's what's caused the light to dim dramatically. There's a whole bank of it rolling across the capital at the moment. Brighter skies in the distance though. So it might be okay for these 11 overs, but you can really see their helm. Pronounced shadows around all of the players. And it's at this point usually when an umpire would step in. So we'll have to wait and see. 10.5 remain, potentially. If not, we could be making them up tomorrow. We had this with Max Holden a couple of weeks ago. I think it was the Leicestershire game. It just got so dark. Couldn't believe they were still playing at that point. Holden got out, and of course the umpires immediately came together and said that was that. Sussex will hope that it's not the same for them tonight. Leg side, put away. Long chase here for Robson. It's not going to go. Two converge. Robson will flick it back in for Fernandez. Robson still with that bandaging on his left thumb. Protective, that's why he's not in the slips at the moment. But more runs for Simpson, 3 more of them.
I think there might have been a look there from Robbo to Fernandez. Slightly different ages, hoping that Fernandez might have got round and covered that ball. But Robbo did the chase himself. Tom Helm pushing it full, seeing if he can extract much movement from this new ball.
We found a sleeper, but we spotted a yawner. bisects the field. 4 more for Pujara. And 14 with another century against Middlesex. Ball 20 over, 7 off it. 10 remain today, 279 for 4. Will Pujara reach his century tonight? Probably it will be the light that stops him, unless Middlesex can. Two of the 4 to go today, belonging to Ethan Bamba. What are your Middlesex? Would give for a third for him tonight. They'll take it from anywhere that it'll come to break this partnership. That's magnificent from Simpson. Just holds the pose, sets off in the end, but that's 4 all the way. Out of the middle of the bat, the big bat face. It's a big fat bat face as well for Simpson when he gets it on time, on target as he did.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of these today in this innings from John Simpson. Picking that cover gap, middle of the bat, and the ball racing away to the boundary. There's John Simpson's 7th 4 in this innings of 65 not out.
Just past the 200 for Pujara, 201 deliveries. Fully frustrated Middlesex today. Not a single chance offered. Police helicopter over in view. 284 for full.
I would say there's a few batters in the game where once they pass around the 50 ball mark, they look set for a 100, and you'd say today Pujara has exactly been like that. He's looked so assured since coming to the crease, just 2 full shots that we can remember, but apart from that, he's looked nailed on for what could be yet another century against Middlesex.
What about the man that he nudges gloves with? Helm's the man that had Simpson dropped. Holman off the field as a result. It's good from Helm. Straightens up Pujara a little. Still see those pretty pronounced shadows. Just starting to brighten up a little bit behind the pavilion, behind the Warner. Nice, he works fine, still leg side again from Helm. Single it is. Hooked away. Not quite timed. Hands on heads, but not a chance this time. Just short. Just looped. Short of Stoneman. So close on 2 occasions, Helm. One to hand, one just short. Typical Simpson tuck. Picks up the single. 287 for 4. 88 gone, 8 to go on day 1 at Lords. Top of the table clash in Division 2. Top class performances from these two. Star-studded sides for this one. Robinson, Seals, Pujara, Simpson. Big names in this Sussex side. Middlesex needs somebody to have a big moment. This man signed for all the bags of potential that he's got. Pretty decent track record already as well. Brooks, a chance with this second new ball now.
With 8 overs left in the day today, Captain Lewis Deploy will be hoping that Henry Brooks can fire himself up, add a little bit of extra pace and bounce for what will most likely be a 4-over spell, and just work hard to try and get that breakthrough. Much needed breakthrough for the Middlesex bowlers.
Toe end on that one for Simpson. 1 wickets go today for Brooks. Picking up Alsop just before lunch. Feels like a long while ago now. Only 1 wicket since then. That of Coles. Short leg side and punished. Pujara's onto 90. With the slope down that leg side, Pujara only ever had to help it on its way. Davies had a go though. Let's try and get there. 10 more for Pujara. 8 more for another batting point for Sussex. Middlesex winning the toss this morning, still 2 shy of a second bowling point. 21 overs with the bonus points in play. Ryan Higgins 1 for 41 from 19. Bowled with good economy today. Can he bring that run rate down further tonight? Middlesex have had to wrestle back control with it all day long. Right up there straight away from Higgins. What movement will he get? There's a long leg and a deep square just out of shot. There's that backward square leg there. Obviously got a theory that Simpson's going to hook one. We'll pull one down the throat of one of three. On the leg side, Tim Merter and Stephen Eskenazi on the bench. Merter the bowling coach now. Simpson would have taken a lot behind the stumps from Merter over the years. It's whipped hard out to deep mid wicket and Fernandez. (2009) Simpson's first Middlesex year. 2007 Tim Merter's. So played out his entire career at Middlesex behind the stumps to Merter. Good from Pujara. Good from Higgins on the spot. Distinctive move from Pujara, pointing the bat out before he settles. Inside edge brings him a single. To 91. Wicket to the left-hander, trying to get through that gate. Too high. Close from Higgins. Single more to end the over. Just 3 off Higgins' first back. 2-9-5 for 4. They plod towards that next batting point, a second batting point. Pujara plod towards the century. Umpires having a chat. Lights been there or thereabouts for a while. Looks like the light meter reading's coming out from the umpire. You can see those grey skies there behind the floodlights. Simpson and Pujara looks set. The umpire. Simpson, Bajara made the decision already. I think they have. Looks like we're done. For now, at least. He just hit 6 o'clock, so there'll be a little bit of time. Pat on the head for Bajara from Simpson. The skipper's happy with his main man. 91 for Bajara, 71 Simpson. I'm wondering how they were seeing it this evening, whether they've been happy to go on for another 6 overs, but umpires will stay out there for a while, have another check of the meter. The level is set for the game now, though.
And if this is the end of the day's play, it's firmly in Sussex's favour after what was a pretty evenly contested first session. Some wonderful partnerships after lunch and after tea have put Sussex in firm control of this game on day one. 295 for 4. Middlesex bowlers have bowled well. They toiled away, but the ever impressive Cheteshwar Pujara has run them into the ground here on day one.
Certainly has. It might not be done for the day just yet. They might get back out. There are some breaks in the cloud around. Just a little bit heavy at the moment. End of May conditions. 6:05. May be done for the day. We'll have to wait and see.
A lot of the supporters look like they're heading for the gates slightly early.
A little premature perhaps, we'll see. There's enough breaks, I think, in that sky to feel that there's a chance. That is over the back of the tavern and the Allen stand, which is roughly where the weather's coming from. There's a couple of slithers of blue not far away up there, so the umpires will keep a check on this for a little while.
Yeah, I don't think it feels like it's got much darker than it has been.
So just looking at the sky, and it feels like it's coming in a little bit more from behind the pavilion, behind the Warner, than it is behind the tavern. So some of the darker stuff may have passed on. There's certainly brighter skies over the back of the Warner stand, over the back of the grandstand. So just maybe. We'll take a short break here, though, on the live stream here at Lords. Pujara 91, Simpson 71, 295 for 4. If it is the end of the day, then we'll see you in the morning. If it's not, and play resumes, then we'll be back with you as soon as they're back out on the fields. But you are watching the live stream from Lords in association with Daffabet as the players leave. 295 for 4.